Chapter 11:18. Yes, sir. Maximus, a middle-aged man in a white robe, walked over. Kopanis. When Maximus saw who it was, a smile immediately appeared on his face. We just had a battle yesterday. Instead of treating the injured soldiers in the medical camp, you came here to stroll around. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by Sir Hasdrubal? There weren't many injured in the battle yesterday, and their injuries weren't serious. One doctor and 2 nurses were enough to treat them. I didn't have to treat them myself. I've been bored staying in the medical camp for too long, so I came out for some fresh air and to take care of the training soldiers. Commander Hasdrubal saw me and even praised me for being responsible, Kopani said rather proudly. According to the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the supervisor of the medical camp had to be a doctor who had graduated from Dionia's Academy of Medicine, had worked in medicine for more than 10 years, and had rich experience in emergency treatment. However, because the Border Legion stayed at the northern border of Etruria for a long time, they were always in danger. Unlike the regular Legion, the medical personnel could go home after the war ended, and they were basically not summoned for regular military training. Therefore, the senior doctors of Dionia who had settled down and lived a good life were basically unwilling to take up the position of supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs had no choice but to lower the requirements for the supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp, and they were prepared to rotate the position every 6 months. Even so, not many doctors signed up. Kopanis had only been a doctor for 5 years after graduating from the academy, and he was not even 30 years old. The reason he was chosen by the Ministry of Military Affairs was not only because of his decent medical skills, but also because he was willing to work in the Border Legion for a long time. Because of his young age, he would occasionally do something out of line, but because he had led the medical personnel to do many things in the past year, everyone was tolerant of him. Maximus smiled, but did not say anything. Kopani stopped smiling and said seriously, I received news from Pisai yesterday. In a few days, a batch of herbs, bandages, and other medical supplies will be sent from Rome. I need a pack to go to Pisai port to collect them. A legion of Dionia usually had a relatively large pack. It had 300 to 500 laborers, 150 to 200 cows, horses, donkeys, and other pack animals, and 80 to 150 carts. It seemed like there were quite a few of them, but every time the army advanced, the supply camps, engineering camps, and medical camps all had large amounts of supplies that needed to be transported. In reality, the transportation capacity was rather tight. Due to the fact that the supply camp took up the majority of the transportation, there were also more transportation tasks, and the supply officer had more management ability than the medical chief and engineering chief. In order to make it easier to manage and command, before the Western Mediterranean Sea War, the Ministry of Military Affairs had already made a rule. The army's caravans would be placed under the supply camp, and the supply officer would be in charge of managing it. If the engineering and medical camps needed transportation, the supply officer would have to take care of it. Therefore, Maximus asked directly, How many medical supplies do you have? About a ton. Maybe 2 tons. Kopani stammered. The medical camp has been here for more than a year, and their supplies have been replenished once, but there are always wounded soldiers. Now, the herbs and bandages are almost used up. How many resources are there? I can't remember, but at least give me a rough number. Maximus said in annoyance. After spending a year with this young man, he knew that this fellow was not sensitive to numbers. This time, Kopani spoke more fluently. I heard that there are 2 cargo ships coming. Maximus thought for a moment, then said, I'll send you 30 carts, but for safety's sake, I'll have to request a company of guards from Lord Hasdrubal. Request for me for what? Hasdrubal had already appeared beside them. Maximus and Kopanis immediately explained the situation to Hasdrubal. Hasdrubal nodded in agreement, then asked, Maximus, has the military rations that the Etruscans promised us every year arrived? Maximus immediately explained the situation to him. Hasdrubal immediately frowned. That won't do. You have to hurry them up and get them to deliver the rations as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Commander, Maximus replied loudly, then asked in a slightly suspicious tone, Is there something going on? Hasdrubal hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell them his guess so that they would be on their guard. Autumn is the harvest season, and it's also the time when the natives go on a rampage. According to the Etruscans, the Gauls are usually the most rampant during this time. But this year, the Gauls' attacks have lessened, which is a little unusual. These few days, the scouts from the mountain ridge have come back to report that the Gauls who live near us in the mountains to the north have suddenly migrated north. They wanted to go further north to investigate, but the Gauls have increased their vigilance and manpower there, resulting in the deaths of a few scouts. They did not get any more information, but the situation is so unusual that I'm afraid it's not a good thing. We have to be vigilant and prepare our defenses. After chatting with his two subordinates for a while, Hasdrubal ran to the heavy infantry to lead the soldiers in training. Lord Hasdrubal, you're thinking too much. Maybe it's because our presence has made the Gauls feel that the price of looting here is too high, so they've moved to another place, Kopanis said disapprovingly. Maximus looked at him and said seriously, if that's the case, the Gauls won't be the most terrifying enemy in the eyes of the races in northern Italy. Hurry up and bring your supplies back. We might be busy from now on. As a citizen of Rome who had personally experienced the Gauls conquering his homeland, Maximus knew how terrifying the Gauls were. Even though he hoped that Hasdrubal's intuition was wrong, his rationality told him that he could not be too wary of the Gauls. It was almost dusk when Hasdrubal gathered his troops and returned to the barracks under the afterglow of the setting sun. The first thing the soldiers did when they returned to the barracks was not to eat dinner, but to take a shower. When the engineers chose a site for the barracks of the Border Corps, they specifically chose a place beside a river. When they built the barracks, they even buried a clay pipe between the barracks and the river, so that the water from the river could be drawn directly into the barracks. Part of the water could be used for drinking, and the other for bathing. The commander's residence was located next to the central command of the barracks. It was rather large and had its own kitchen, dining hall, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, servants' quarters, stables, and a small private bathroom. It could be said to be quite luxurious, mainly because the Ministry of Military Affairs allowed the family of the commander to follow the army, so there would inevitably be some servants. But in fact, Hasdrubal had stayed here for more than a year and had never allowed his wife and children to stay in the barracks for a period of time. Usually, only 2 servants took care of his daily needs, and even his meals were mostly eaten in the collective dining hall. To make sure that the residence was not wasted, he even allowed his adjutant and a few high-ranking officers to stay in the barracks. From time to time, he would go hunting in the mountains, and if he hunted a lot of game, he would hold a small banquet in the residence, inviting his subordinates and mid-ranking officers to attend. But today, there were only 2 people in the dining hall of the residence, Hasdrubal and his adjutant, Casago. Even though Casago was a member of the Maganid family and had once led an army of tens of thousands in battle, it was not an easy task to become the adjutant of the Legion of Dionysia. According to military law, the adjutant of a legion was a mid-ranking officer and must have at least 5 years of military service, participated in at least one war, served as a squad leader, division leader, or even a company leader, and then studied for a year in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs before he could become the adjutant of a legion. It was only because of Hasdrubal's insistence and the special approval of the Devers that Casago went through a few months of special training and became the adjutant of the Etruscan Border Corps. At this time, Hasdrubal was reading a letter. He looked up in shock. Carthage and Ionia have formed an alliance. It's not an alliance of equals. It's Carthage who serves Ionia, Casago reminded him. Huh. Hasdrubal was taken aback, and then anger appeared on his face. Last year in Turiae, I heard Hacker mention this. After returning from Acradon, the Carthage Senate has not responded. I thought they had become tougher this time, but I didn't expect them to be even weaker than before. This is a disgrace to the Carthage people. I heard from Dido that the reason Carthage agreed this time is because the 17th Legion sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The military base is in Lille, and the soldiers are from the western region of Sicily. Easily wiped out the rebellious Massili tribe, enslaved all of their captives, and distributed their land to other tribes in West Namibia. The Carthage Senate must be terrified afraid that they will become the second Massalai. So they took the initiative to ask for an alliance with Dionia. Afraid of death, Hasdrubal snorted coldly. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "How did the Carthage deal with Hanno, Tapanlak, and the others?" "According to our request, they were banished from the city of Carthage. Just banishing them is too easy for these D*****men bastards." Hasdrubal was not satisfied with this. He immediately asked, "How did Dido react when he heard the news?" In the past, in the southern part of Iberia, Hasdrubal was busy fighting all day and did not see Dido often. Although they were cousins, they were not close. It was not until he led his legion to be stationed at the northern border of Etruria that he became close to Dido, who lived in Rome. Because they were both in a foreign country and a foreign land, kinship became precious. The two of them began to interact more, mainly with Dido's help and support, and their relationship quickly improved. Chapter 11:19. Dido is not happy about this either, but she said that the king of Devers wrote her a letter, hoping that she would not stop Hanno and the others from escaping to the eastern Mediterranean. Otherwise, when the news of their deaths reaches Carthage, the Carthage nobles will panic, and the alliance between Carthage and Dionia will be in trouble. Oh, the king of Devers also promised that even if Hanno and the others escape to Tyre, they will not be able to escape Dionia's punishment. But that is not now. What does that mean? Hasdrubal blinked and asked in surprise, "Does the king of Devers intend to declare war on Persia?" "It's not impossible." Kisego seemed to have noticed Hasdrubal's words as well, and had analyzed it carefully on the way back. He said, "Eastern Phoenicia is a vassal state of Persia. If they send their fleet to participate in the war in the western Mediterranean, it is equivalent to Persia declaring war on Dionia. However, both sides have tacitly not mentioned this until now. However, when the war in the western Mediterranean was about to end, Persia had sent messengers to the king of Dionia to stop the war against Carthage. It is said that they even threatened the king of Devers, but the king of Devers firmly refused. The king of Devers is a strong-willed man. I'm afraid he still remembers this matter. Fighting against Persia." Hasdrubal leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with infinite longing. He said excitedly, "Daring to fight against the mighty Persia, this is the bearing of a rising kingdom. Looks like I need to make more achievements here, so that I can lead my army to seek revenge on Hanno in the future." 5 days later, in the early morning of the Dalian barracks in the territory of Florinia, sentries were patrolling on the walls. "Look, there's an enemy," shouted a sentinel, pointing to the front. A cloud of black smoke rose from the mountains in the north. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a plume of black smoke rising from the mountains in the northeast, and then from the northwest. In a short period of time, there were at least 6 or 7 spots of black smoke rising into the sky as far as the sentries could see. They were all from the sentry towers built in the mountain ridges around the camp. Usually, it was rare to see 2 plumes of black smoke at the same time, but today's situation was unprecedented. "Quick, inform the commander that the Gauls are invading," the patrolling officer said nervously. Not long after, the alarm in the barracks rang. The soldiers quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and ran out of the dormitory. The civilians in the civilian district also received the emergency notice. They quickly packed their important belongings and fled to the nearby city of Florinia. Escorted by his subordinates, Hasdrubal climbed to the top of the northern wall and saw tens of thousands of Gauls pouring out of the mountains, charging towards the barracks in a black mass. It was the first time Hasdrubal had seen such a large number of Gauls, but he was experienced in battle and did not panic. Instead, he said calmly, "Inform all the soldiers to prepare for defense. At the same time, send messengers to inform the other 2 barracks to hold their positions and not to help each other." "Yes, sir." "Send messengers to Rome immediately. Inform the governor of Rome, assists, that the Gauls are invading Etruria, and ask for reinforcements." "Yes, sir." After making the arrangements, Hasdrubal looked at the nervous soldiers around him and shouted, "Soldiers of the Border Legion, they say that the Gauls are scary, but we have defeated them many times. They may have a lot of soldiers now, But these natives are not good at sieging cities. We have strong defenses and enough food. As long as we hold our ground for 10 days to half a month, the kingdom's reinforcements will arrive. Then, we can work with them and destroy the invading Gauls. You have done a great service, and the kingdom might reward you by shortening the time you can become an official citizen. Roar, roar, roar. The soldiers roared excitedly. In the evening, a banquet was about to be held in the residence of the assistant governor of Rome, Clotocatax, to celebrate the prince's promotion to the governor of Venus. All the invited guests had arrived, except for the most important guest, the governor of Rome, assists, who had yet to arrive, so the banquet had not yet begun. However, the guests knew that Assis was busy and never attended any banquets. He only agreed to come this time because of Clotocatax's special status. It was an honor to be able to attend, so the guests waited patiently with anticipation. At the head of the banquet, Clotocatax was having a pleasant conversation with his brother-in-law, Patroclus. Since Patroclus became the commander of the 14th Legion last year, the two families, who were originally relatives, had more contact with each other now that they lived close to each other. At this moment, a man rushed into the hall and said loudly, "Sirs, we have just received news that the Gauls have invaded the Etruscan territory. Lord Assists has ordered you to go to the administrative office immediately to discuss countermeasures." Everyone recognized that this was the clerk of Assists, so naturally, the order he conveyed would not be false. There was an uproar at the banquet, but no one rushed to leave. Everyone looked at the host of the banquet. Clotocatax stood up without hesitation and said, "The invasion of the Gauls is a big deal. We have to hurry to the administrative office." Then he said to the servants, "Pack all the dishes and send them to the administrative office. Everyone may be busy until late into the night. How can we eat without dinner?" The servants hurriedly went to work, and the guests praised Clotocatax for his thoughtfulness as they followed him out of the residence. In the inner room, Dido was also entertaining the families of the guests. She said it was to celebrate her husband's promotion, but to her, it was also a celebration of Hanno's expulsion and Carthage's joining the Ionia alliance. When the news from the hall reached the inner room, the women looked panicked. Only Dido remained calm. She comforted the crowd loudly. "Madams, there is nothing to worry about. The Gauls' army is far away in the north of Etruria, and our border legions are keeping them in check. Our Rome region and the surrounding allies will soon organize a large reinforcement army to cross the Tiber River and repel the Gauls who have invaded Etruria. In the south, the kingdom will soon send more reinforcements after receiving the news. The Gauls will not be able to set foot in Rome at all. Don't worry." With Dido's comfort, the wives of the officials not only gradually eased their panic, but also ate happily. The administrative office of Rome was also located in the city of Rome, only 2 blocks away from the city hall. When Clotocatax, Patroclus, and the others entered the meeting room, Assis was giving orders to the officials under him. "Immediately go to Cels and inform the Walsi to send reinforcements according to the covenant and fight with our army against the invading Gauls. Immediately go to Forentyrum and tell the Hernici that the Gauls are coming. Let them gather their troops and gather in Rome. Immediately go to the Sabines and tell them to send reinforcements as soon as possible." After receiving the orders, the officials hurried out of the meeting room. They did not even have time to return home. They acted as messengers, mounted their horses, brought their attendants, and rushed to their destination in the dark of the night. When Assis saw Clotocatax come in, he said to him seriously, "I'm sorry that your banquet can't be held. And with the enemy at hand, Rome is short of manpower. As the adjutant of the administrative office of Rome, you have basically taken charge of the main government affairs of Rome for more than a year. So I have no choice but to ask you to temporarily suspend your post in Way AI and help me manage Rome for the time being. At the same time, take on the heavy responsibility of providing logistical support for the army." After Assis took office as the administrative office of Rome, the Devers did not remove him from his original position as the administrative office of Rome. Instead, they let him continue to hold the post. However, Assis did not forget himself because of the power in his hands. Instead, he made a decision that Clodocatax would gradually take over the administrative affairs of Rome, citing that he had to manage the administrative affairs of the entire region and was too busy. But he never expected that a year later, the Devers would transfer Clodocatax to Ai. I am willing to listen to your arrangement, Lord Assists. I will contribute my greatest strength to resist the Gauls and defend Rome. Clodocatax said firmly. The Assists had expected Clodocatax to answer like this. He immediately arranged for the young man to lead a group of officials to count the material reserves in Rome over the past few years, estimating how much food and materials could be transferred to supply the army. After receiving the task, the Assists turned to Patroclus and asked, I have sent someone to inform the Latin alliance, the Volsci, the Hernici, the Marsi, the Iaches, the Sabines, and the other forces that are allied with us to send reinforcements to resist the Gauls together with us. Based on past experience, how long do you think it will take for them to gather their troops in Rome? Due to the increasing frequency of Gauls invasions in the northern territories of Etruria in the past 2 years, Patroclus had organized military training with the armies of his allies after he came to Rome. Generally speaking, the alliances were quite cooperative. Patroclus thought for a moment and said, the Latin, the Volsci, and the Hernici are closer to us, so their troops will come faster. They can arrive in 4 to 5 days. The Sabines, the Iaches, and the Marsi are further away, so it will take at least 8 to 9 days. However, now that the Gauls are about to invade, I think they will speed up the process of gathering their troops. What is the situation in the north now? Chapter 11:20. Assis brought him to a map of northern Etruria on the table. Pointing at the map, he said, At dusk, I received a messenger sent by Hasdrubal from Florinia's barracks. A large number of Gauls have appeared there. I'm not sure how many there are, but Hasdrubal estimated that there are at least 20,000 of them. Immediately afterwards, I received a messenger from the camp of Luca, who also saw Gauls, numbering more than 10,000. Other than that, I haven't received any other information. That's the current situation. You haven't received any news from Aretium's barracks? Not yet. Patroclus had once inspected the border legion and knew the quality of the soldiers there. He believed that if the Gauls appeared near Aretium's barracks, they would definitely respond quickly. It was impossible that they could not even send a messenger. So he pondered for a moment and made his own judgment. It seems at this time, the Gauls are invading from the north of the northern border of Etruria. It's probably the Senones tribe of Gaul again. The possibility of it being the Senones is very high, but the Salves tribe has also been attacking Etruria in recent years. If the number of Gauls this time is too large, we can't rule out the possibility that the Salves are also involved. Patroclus nodded. Ever since Dionia took over the Latin region, Assis began to collect information about the biggest threat to the kingdom in the north, the Gauls. Finally, they figured out the origin of the Gauls in Italy. The Gauls originally lived in the north of the Alps. Many years ago, under the rule of the wise leader Abigatus, the Gauls lived a peaceful and prosperous life. As a result, their population skyrocketed, and the output of the original land could not support the overpopulation. Abigatus decided to let the surplus population colonize new lands. In the end, he chose a few young and promising men as leaders and decided where they would colonize by drawing lots. Abigatus's sister's son, Bello Visus, had drawn the colonial south of the Alps, which was undoubtedly an extremely bad luck for the Gauls at that time, because the Alps were inaccessible and the roads were difficult to traverse. It was a huge risk to cross it, not to mention that no one knew what the situation was like in the south of the Alps. Bello Visus was young and courageous, and the young men of the 6 tribes he was supposed to lead, under his instigation, did not fear the difficulties and resolutely went south. After many hardships, they discovered the famous Serene mountain pass, crossed the Alps, and entered northern Italy. They drove away their original masters, the Etruscans, and settled in Mediolanum, modern Milan. They called themselves the Salvians and gradually expanded outwards. Many years later, the Gaul tribes north of the Alps heard that Bello Visus had led his people to settle down in the south, and they were tempted. Then, the Gauls led by the Nomani tribe crossed the Alps and entered northern Italy. With the help of the Salves, they settled in Verona, the center of which was Verona. Over the next decade or so, these two large tribes rapidly expanded in all directions, defeating the Etruscans in the north many times and forcing them to migrate south. This also led to the decline of the Etruscans, who were originally the overlords of central and northern Italy. Another decade or so later, another large Gauls north of the Alps, the Senones, decided to migrate south into northern Italy. However, there was no more space on the river plain. The upper reaches were occupied by the Ligurians, the lower reaches by the Veneti, and the middle, the most extensive and fertile land, was occupied by the two large Gauls, the Salvians and the Nomani. The Senones had no choice but to cross the river and enter the hills in the south, driving the Etruscans further south and settling in Bonoma, modern Bologna. In the years that followed, it was not that the Senones south of the river did not think of occupying the lower reaches of the river, which was occupied by the Veneti. They waged many wars against the Veneti and seized some of their land, but in the end, they could not do anything to the Veneti. This was because the lower reaches of the river were filled with swamps, waterwebs, and muddy soil. The Gauls, who were originally a mountainous race, were not used to fighting here. Although the Veneti were not native to the river plain, it had been hundreds of years since they migrated from Illyria across the Adriatic Sea. They had long become familiar with the environment here. Therefore, after suffering many losses, the Senones finally decided to maintain a long-term peace with the Veneti. The Ligurians upstream were said to be a branch of the Celts, and they had migrated along the coast to Italy a long time ago. However, they had never been able to unite, and their tribes often fought against each other. They were also extremely xenophobic. The Salve had invaded them many times, and each time, the Ligurians fought back tenaciously. As a result, the Salves found that although the Ligurians were shorter than them, they were just as strong and more ferocious. After suffering a few major defeats and realizing that the Ligurians were not to be trifled with, the Salves finally had to restore peace with the Ligurians. As a result, the Gauls looked around and found that the Etruscans in the south were the easiest to bully. After decades of development, coupled with the occasional addition of small Gaulish tribes from the north, the population of South Mountain Gaul had multiplied several times. This was especially true for the Senones, who lived in the hilly and mountainous areas. The land they occupied was less and more barren, and the need to expand their territory was stronger. Moreover, their settlement was closer to the Etruscans. Therefore, around 390 BC, under the leadership of the great leader Brenham, the Senones crossed the mountains and invaded the Etruscans. They defeated the main forces of Rome in the Battle of Arria, and finally occupied the city of Rome. However, after that, they were caught in a quagmire of war. When Brenham finally decided to lead his people to retreat from Rome and return home, he was forced to fight a hasty battle with the Latin army led by Camillus. In the end, the Senones suffered a crushing defeat, and along the way, they were attacked by the Etruscans. Less than half of their people managed to return home. The great leader Brenham was also severely injured, and he died not long after returning to Bologna. Not only did the Senones lose a lot of their strength, but they also fell into a period of chaos. After that, the northern border of Etrusca was much more peaceful. It was said that during that period, even if the Senonius tribe wanted to plunder in the south, they would have to get the Salves tribe to back them up. As a result, the relationship between the two major tribes in Shannon Gaul became closer. After more than 10 years of recuperation, the Senones should have recovered a lot of their strength, so they began to strengthen their invasion of Etrusca. The invasion of the Senones alone was not enough to worry the assists, but if the more powerful Salves joined in, the kingdom would have to pay attention. I believe that by tomorrow, we will receive more information about the Gauls, which will be more helpful for us to formulate a countermeasure. But what I'm worried about now is that there are so many Gauls invading. Can the border legion led by Lord Hasdrubal hold the camp before our reinforcements arrive? The assist said worriedly. There were some words in his heart that he did not say out loud. Hasdrubal was a relative of His Majesty, and the fact that he, a Carthage who had just surrendered, was able to become the legion commander showed how much the king of Devers valued him. If he died in the Gauls' invasion, he was afraid that the king of Devers would be furious. Don't worry, my lord. The 3 camps in the north are built as sturdy as fortresses, and their defenses are perfect. They're not inferior to Paragonia in the past. As far as I know, the Gauls are not strong at siege. Even if they have a lot of warriors, it will not be easy for them to break through the camps. Commander Hasdrubal will be able to hold the camp until our reinforcements arrive. Patroclus said confidently. Let's hope so, but we need to hurry up and send out our troops. How many soldiers can the 14th Legion and the reserve soldiers in Rome have? The assists asked seriously. 33,250. Patroclus immediately gave a number. 33,000 soldiers was enough to form 4 legions. It was a shocking number for a region that had just joined the kingdom of Dionia. But Rome, especially Rome, already had a large population of young adults when they surrendered to the kingdom of Rome. At that time, they could easily form an army of tens of thousands, the reserve soldiers in Rome and the noble soldiers in Rome, to follow the main force of the Dionysian army. Later on, the Devers designated Radim as the focus of the kingdom's development. Whether it was the new official citizens or the citizens who had just come of age, they were given priority in this region. So in recent years, the population of Rome had been the fastest growing region in the whole kingdom. As the chief executive of the region, the assist was not surprised. He said, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own troops, I think we can rely on the strength of Rome alone to repel the invading Gauls. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the League of Dionia in central Italy. Chapter 1121. As the governor of the region, the assist was not surprised. He muttered to himself, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own army, I think we can repel the invading Gauls with just the strength of Rome alone. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the Dionia alliance in central Italy. At this point, the assist looked at the young commander in front of him and said solemnly, of course, Lord Patroclus. You are now the highest military commander in Rome. You will be in charge of the military decisions. I also think that the forces in Rome alone are enough to fight against the invading Gauls. Patroclus said confidently. However, to assemble such a large army, we still need Lord Assist to provide sufficient logistical support and weapons reserves. You can rest assured that I will do my best to ensure that the army fights. The assist was delighted to see that the young commander not only agreed with his opinion, but was also full of fighting spirit. He immediately promised, also, I have just sent a messenger to Thurii to inform His Majesty of the Gauls' invasion. I believe that the kingdom will soon concentrate more manpower and resources to deal with the Gauls. So you don't have to worry about anything. Lead the army to stop the Gauls from invading our territory, and then think of a way to repel them. In the next few days, the allied armies of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia in Rome arrived one after another. The first to arrive in Rome were the armies of the Latin Alliance. Because they were the closest to Rome, and because they were also the victims of the Gauls, they sent more than 10,000 soldiers. This pleased Patroclus, for in the last few years, Dionia had made use of the towns of Rome, Vigo, and so forth, and by means of trade, communication, and so on, it had grown closer and closer to the neighboring Latin states. In fact, in the military training of the 14 Corps, he had from time to time asked the citizens of the Latin states to join him, and his request was carried out. Therefore, among the states near Rome, the troops of the Latin states were the most familiar with the military tactics of Dionia, and their soldiers made up the majority of the allied forces, which made it easier for Patroclus to command. They were followed by the Volsci and the Helniki, who were very active, but having suffered heavy losses in the last war, their population was unlikely to change much in a few years, and they sent less than 5,000 soldiers. After that, the Sabine army and the Equi army arrived. The allies of Etruria did not send any troops. Instead, they seized the time to evacuate the citizens back to their cities. While strengthening the defenses of the cities, they also sent messengers to Rome every day, urging Dionia to send reinforcements north as soon as possible. Within a few days, the barracks in Rome had gathered 30,000 Ionia soldiers from Rome and the Latin Volsci, Helniki, and so on. The total number of soldiers had exceeded 50,000, but Patroclus still did not move. However, the Assists could not sit still any longer and hurried to the barracks. "Commander Patroclus, there is news from the north that the Gauls have crossed the border line we have built. The situation of the Border Legion, led by Lord Hasdrubal, is unknown. But the Gauls quickly conquered Florinia and then launched a massive attack on Phalathri and Fufluna, looting the villages along the way and killing the Etrurian people. The emissaries of the Etrurian states are blocking the entrance of the regional administrative office every day. If you don't send your troops north, I'm afraid that the Etrurian emissaries will all run to Thurii and complain to His Majesty." It seemed that the Assists held a grudge against Patroclus, even skipping the respectful title of commander. Patroclus, however, appeared calm after listening to the report. He said unhurriedly, "Lord Assists, from the current situation, the Etrurians' fear of the Gauls has penetrated deep into their bones. They are completely panicking and have lost their normal rationality and judgment. However, as the main force against the Gauls, Dionia must remain calm, analyze the current chaotic situation, and find a good opportunity to strike, instead of rushing north and engaging the Gauls in battle. Otherwise, if the attack is thwarted, our morale will undoubtedly be greatly affected, and the stability of Rome will be affected. After all, the Assist was a mercenary. In his early years, he followed the Devers to fight in Persia. It was not that he did not know military affairs. It was just that he had been dealing with government affairs for the past 20 years. In addition to the continuous bad news from the front lines and the incessant harassment from the Etrurian emissaries, he, who shouldered the heavy responsibility of the entire region, could not help but feel anxious. After Patroclus's reminder, he came to a realization. However, Patroclus's words had a hint of reprimand. As the dignified regional administrative officer and an important minister of the kingdom, the Assists felt a little embarrassed. If it were someone else, he might have shouted a few more words to save some face. However, the person sitting opposite him was the son-in-law of the king of the Devers, who was highly regarded by the king. So, the Assists could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. After a while, he finally said in a muffled voice, "What's your plan, my lord?" Patroclus could see that the Assist was a little angry, but he did not care too much. Although the Assist had a higher rank, the 14th Legion was not under the jurisdiction of the regional administrative officer. Before Patroclus took office, his wife, Cynthia, had reminded him to deliberately avoid close contact with the Assists. But considering that the Assists was a close confidant of His Majesty since the establishment of Dionia, and had a very high seniority, he still softened his tone a little. "Although there is no specific news, I don't think the Gauls can conquer the Florinia and Lucca barracks in just a few days. Lord Hasdrubal should still be stubbornly holding on. If the city of Florinia can seriously implement the defensive measures we have set up in the past, it will be impossible for the Gauls to break through the city. Unfortunately, under the protection of our border corps for more than a year, they have lost their vigilance. After receiving the alarm, they are still slowly opening the city gates to receive the refugees. When the Gauls bypassed the barracks and quickly marched toward Florinia, they arrived at the city gates in a very short time and launched an attack. However, they panicked and did not immediately close the city gates, allowing the Gauls to rush into the city with the refugees. After Patroclus told him the real reason for the fall of Florinia, he sighed and said regretfully, "The Gauls have occupied Florinia, so they have a foothold in Etruria and a more adequate supply of military provisions. According to the information we have obtained, the Gauls have about 40,000 people, and their morale is high. If I lead the army to cross the Tiber River and rush to the northern part of Etruria to fight them, even if we can win, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. It is better not to go north first to avoid raising the Gauls' vigilance. At the same time, we can wait for the Alliance army to converge and have more material reserves. You do not have to worry about military provisions. Crotocatax has been working hard to prepare. The assist reminded him in a serious tone, but it is not a solution to just let the army stay in the barracks and wait. If the Gauls conquer other Etrurian cities, I am afraid that we will not be able to explain to the Etrurian Alliance and the other allies. The 14th Legion only answers to His Majesty and the kingdom. Patroclus replied calmly. When the assist heard this, he was a little angry. But you are now the commander of the entire Northern Coalition army of Dionia? Protecting the Etrurian Alliance is the responsibility that His Majesty has entrusted to you. Yes, Patroclus said seriously, that is why I have to be cautious, and that is why I have been working hard to wait for the right time. Lord assists, you do not need to be anxious. As long as we win, any blame and resentment will disappear. Seeing that he was stubborn, the assist said angrily, Fine, then I will wait for your victory. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. When Crotocatax returned to the administrative office and reported to him, the assist was still complaining about the matter. He said angrily, When I interact with Patroclus, I feel that he is a very easy person to talk to. Why is he so stubborn at such a critical time? He will not listen to my advice. The entire Northern Coalition army of Dionia is under his control. I am really worried. When Crotocatax heard this, he comforted him. My lord, you are governing a huge region like Rome, and at the same time, you also have to take care of the friendly relations with the neighboring allies. You have such a heavy responsibility. Now that the invasion of the Gauls has threatened the safety of the people in the central region, it is very likely that it will destroy the stability and order that you have painstakingly built here in the past few years. I see that you have not been sleeping well all this time. It shows how much pressure you are facing. As a legion commander, Patroclus looked young, but it wasn't because he was my brother-in-law that my father appointed him as the commander of the 14th Legion, giving him the right to command the allied armies in times of emergency and defend against the Gauls. It was because he was one of the most outstanding candidates among the younger generation of commanders in the Dionysian army. My father, who had always been good at using people, had arranged for him to be here because he believed that he had the ability to shoulder this heavy responsibility. In fact, he is also facing a lot of pressure. Every time I delivered supplies to the camp and went to see him, he was either assigning missions to the other generals, listening to the reports from the scouts, or focused on looking at the map by himself. He didn't have the time to say a word to me. Rome is the northernmost territory of the kingdom, and it is impossible for reinforcements to arrive in a short period of time. The coalition army led by Patroclus is the only force that can resist the Gauls at this time. If he suffers a defeat in battle with the Gauls, it may give the Gauls the opportunity to rush into Rome. So, I think it is understandable that he remains cautious. Chapter 1122. After listening to Crotocatax's words, the assist was silent for a while. His expression relaxed a little, but he still said worriedly, I still have to report to His Majesty about the current state of the Allied forces. I hope he can send reinforcements as soon as possible. Patroclus wanted to make sufficient preparations while obtaining more information about the Gauls, waiting for the best opportunity to appear. However, there was a sudden change in Etruria. A few days after the fall of Florinia, the city of Arretium, which had not been affected by the flames of war, and many people even thought that it would not be attacked by the Gauls, was also raided by the Gauls. The territory of Arretium was not bordered by the Gauls, but by the Umbrians. It had been peaceful until 2 years ago, when it began to be disturbed by the Gauls. According to their understanding, the northern part of the Umbrians had also begun to be invaded by the Gauls. Some Gaulish tribes had fled through the border area of Umbria and plundered the territory of Arretium. After all, Arretium was much wealthier than the Umbrians. Originally, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia did not intend to build a military camp in this area, because the Gauls were not rampant there. However, Arretium was one of the 12 Etrurian city-states, and it was also the central town of the eastern region of the Etrurian Federation. Under the active activities of the people of Arretium, who took the initiative to give a lot of land to Dionia, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia finally decided to build a military camp not far northwest of the territory of Arretium. Of course, this was not completely convinced by the people of Arretium. After careful consideration, the Devers believed that they could use the opportunity of defending against the Gauls to obtain the land here, thereby strengthening ties and friendship with the Umbrians in the east. This would be beneficial to the kingdom of Dionia. In fact, for more than a year, the border troops of Dionia stationed here had cooperated with the Umbrians many times to repel the Gauls who came to attack them, winning the favor of the Umbrians. But they never expected that the Gauls would send a large army through Umbria from the southernmost part of their territory and raid Arretium in the rear. Although the Dionia barracks urgently sent messengers to inform the people of Arretium, due to the long-term protection of the Dionia barracks, they had not been attacked by the Gauls for more than a year. The previous attack by the Gauls on the northern city of Etruria did not raise the vigilance of the people of Arretium. Therefore, they faced an unexpected surprise attack by the Gauls. However, the performance of the people of Arretium was even worse than that of Florinia. The city quickly fell, and no one in the city escaped. After the fall of Arretium, the Gallic army took advantage of the situation and attacked south. They surrounded Curtin and Clevsin, and the vanguard went straight to Velsna. They were not far from the northernmost towns of the kingdom of Dionia, Casrella, and Vale. The people of Rome began to panic. Naturally, Patroclus could no longer remain indifferent. He quickly gathered more than 50,000 soldiers of the coalition army, crossed the bridge of Rome, and arrived at Vale that night. On the next day, a messenger from Turiae had arrived in Rome. The assist received an order signed by the king of Devers. The governor of Rome, the assists, was requested to inform the various alliances as soon as possible to send troops according to the alliance agreement. They were to gather in Rome and form a coalition army. Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, would be the commander-in-chief to lead the coalition army against the invasion of the Gauls. Under the condition of ensuring the safety of the kingdom's territory, they would do their best to help the Etrurians. As the situation of the enemy was unclear, the Ministry of Military Affairs did not give specific instructions. It was up to Patroclus to make his own decisions according to the changes in the enemy situation. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs had informed the 12th Legion in the eastern region of Campania, the barracks were in Abella, to rush to Rome on the same day and be under the command of Patroclus. At the same time, they also asked the assist to provide logistical support for the coalition army and to report any changes in the war situation to the palace. The assist finished reading the letter with mixed feelings. He passed the order back to the messenger and said in a low voice, "Please tell His Majesty that I will carry out his orders. Lord Patroclus has already led the army north. If you set off now, you should be able to see him in Vale." Upon hearing this, the messenger bade farewell to the assists and immediately rode north. By the time he reached Vale, Patroclus had already set off with his army. The northern coalition army of Dionia reached Novae, a small Etrurian city, at dusk. It was less than 20 miles away from Valsenna. The Gauls who were besieging Valsenna were shocked by the sudden appearance of the enemy's reinforcements. They quickly retreated and sent scouts to investigate. The scouts reported back, "The enemy has many reinforcements. They have built countless tents." The vanguard of the Gallic army was smaller in number. Seeing the enemy's numbers, they did not dare to attack blindly. Instead, they retreated north. The next day, the people of Valsenna who learned that the reinforcements had arrived and the threat had been lifted brought a large number of military supplies to Novae. They expressed their gratitude to the coalition army and invited them to set up camp near Valsenna. After Patroclus studied the surrounding terrain, he firmly refused and ordered the army to build a camp near Novae. A day later, the Gaulish army reappeared in Valsenna's territory. On the second day, Their numbers increased to more than 30,000, and they once again surrounded the city. The southern part of the Dionia coalition army did not make any moves. Instead, the Gaulish army took the initiative to attack the Dionia coalition camp. Although the camp was not completely built, Patroclus was calm and composed. The coalition army had the advantage of defense, and they outnumbered the enemy. Therefore, even though the Gaulish warriors fought valiantly, they were still defeated by dusk. This gave the Dionia coalition army, especially the allied ones, a little more confidence. Although the Dionia coalition army had won a small victory, they quietly retreated the next morning, leaving behind only an empty camp that they had painstakingly built. After confirming that the enemy had retreated, the Gauls began to think that the enemy had won the previous day by a fluke. In fact, they were so frightened by their attack that they gave up on sending reinforcements to Valsenna. A few days later, the Gauls assumed that they were going to storm Valsenna, but their scouts did not find any traces of Dionia's reinforcements in the vicinity. Gradually, the Gauls became more certain of their previous thoughts. The Dionysian army seemed to be large in number, but they were timid and had probably gone into hiding in Rome. Therefore, they began to boldly attack Valsenna with all their might. The attack lasted for a few days, and the city was on the verge of collapse. The people of Valsenna cursed the Dionia who did not keep their word and prayed to the gods for protection. Perhaps their prayers were answered. In the early hours of the fifth day, the Dionia coalition army that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and quickly approached the Gauls' camp. At this time, most of the Gauls were too tired from the continuous attacks and were sleeping soundly in their tents. When they learned that the Dionia coalition army had suddenly attacked, the camp was in chaos. Patroclus used 20 ballistae to blast open the wooden fence that the Gauls had set up for the simple camp. The Dionia coalition army, with the heavy infantry of the 14th and 12th legions, who had just arrived from Campania, as the main attacking force, quickly crossed the narrow trench and began a fierce battle with the Gauls inside the camp. Even though the Gauls fought valiantly and the great swords in their hands were quite threatening, their formation was disorganized and disorganized. They were not much of a threat to the heavily armored Dionysian army, who covered each other and cooperated well. On the contrary, the main force of the Dionia coalition army was like an iron wall, slowly pushing forward. While they continued to kill and injure the Gauls, they also put a lot of psychological pressure on them. In addition, the Dionia coalition army's strength was almost twice that of the Gauls, but Patroclus did not send the coalition army in at the beginning. Instead, he waited for the 2 legions and the reserve soldiers to attract the Gauls from the front, then ordered the coalition soldiers to break in from both sides of the camp and attack the Gauls. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the Dionia coalition army had almost surrounded the Gauls in the camp. The Gauls had no choice but to turn and flee, desperately fighting their way out. Patroclus immediately ordered the coalition cavalry, light infantry, and light armored soldiers who had been resting to give chase at full force. The coalition army gave chase and only retreated when it was dark. They killed, wounded, and captured countless Gauls. On the second day, the people of Valsenna were wild with joy when they learned that the Gauls had been defeated. They immediately threw their resentment towards the Dionia to the back of their minds and once again brought a large number of military supplies to the coalition army's camp. Unexpectedly, Patroclus had already left with his army. The defeated Gauls split into 2 groups. Some fled northeast to Arretium, while the others fled northwest. Patroclus sent out 10,000 reserve soldiers to pursue the Gauls who fled to Arretium, while he personally led nearly 50,000 coalition soldiers to advance northwest. During the time he was stationed at Loa's camp, other than fortifying the camp, Patroclus also sent out scouts and cavalry to investigate the Gauls' activities throughout Etruria. Therefore, after defeating the Valsenna Gallic army, Patroclus immediately led the main force straight to the territory of Phofruna, where the main force of the Gauls was entrenched. Phofruna was the wealthiest city in northwest Etruria, so it became the main target of the Gauls when they entered the country. However, the people of Phofruna had learned of their tragic fate from the people of Florinia. They had learned their lesson and closed the city gates early and strengthened their defenses. Moreover, the city of Fafhrina had a special location. It was built on a promontory and was only connected to the land by a narrow isthmus. Chapter 11:23. The Gauls did not have a navy, and they could not make full use of their numerical advantage by attacking from the land. On the other hand, they had almost run out of food as they rushed over from Florinia. So, the Gauls sent out tribes to the nearby villages to harvest food. It was not long after the autumn harvest, and the Etruscans had enough food in their homes. Because of the Gauls' ferocious attack, most of the Etruscans fled in panic and did not have the time to bring food with them. So, the Gauls who went around harvesting food had a good harvest, and soon, the shortage of food was alleviated. Although they did not have to worry about food, the Gaulish leaders had realized that Fafhrina was not Florinia, and it would be difficult to take it down in a short period of time. So, they decided to ignore it for now and attack somewhere else. But just as they reached an agreement, the northern coalition of Dionia appeared. This time, Patroclus did not adopt the conservative strategy of building a camp first. Instead, he started to get into formation a mile away from the Gauls' camp. Based on Patroclus's observations, he believed that the Gauls were brave and murderous, and there was a high chance that they would come out to fight. Sure enough, even though some of the Gauls had not returned to the camp because they had gone out to collect food under the clamor of the leaders, the great chief still decided to lead less than 30,000 Gauls out to fight. Patroclus also learned from the scouts that some of the Gauls were still collecting food in the nearby villages. He immediately sent out a small part of the alliance's army to attack and obstruct the Gauls' return. At the same time, he also sent out all the light infantry under his command to attack the Gauls from afar while they were still in formation. More than half of the Gauls were wearing straight pants and unlined shirts. Some were even topless. Apart from the wooden shields in their hands, they had no other defensive weapons. On the other hand, there were more than 4,000 light infantry soldiers in the Dionia Legion of Dionysia, the main force of which was the 2,000 light infantry soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were well trained. Under their leadership, the arrows and javelins they fired were as terrifying as the hailstones of the Alps. The Gallic soldiers were forced to abandon their formation and charge at the enemy. The Gauls swarmed forward, and the allied light infantry hurriedly retreated. When they quickly withdrew from the gap in the chessboard, the Gauls suddenly found that there was a long and thick iron wall in front of them. The enemy behind the wall shouted in unison, and the javelins once again shrouded the Gauls like a dark cloud. Amidst the continuous screams, the Gauls roared angrily and swung their swords at the enemies hiding behind their shields. Then they found that their sharp sword were not enough to cut through the enemy's thick shields or break the enemy's sturdy javelins. Even if they could sometimes break through the shields and cut the enemy's body, if they did not use enough strength and accuracy, they would not be able to deal fatal damage to the enemy wearing a neck guard, iron helmet, and double chainmail. The enemy on the other side would quickly pull out a dagger from their waist and stab it, and the strong Gauls would lose the ability to fight. Only then did the Gauls realize that they were no longer fighting against the Romans of the past. They would not be wearing crude equipment and wielding bronze spears, attacking them like a swarm of bees, and then quickly retreating after suffering a setback. They were now facing a terrifying enemy armed from head to toe. They were well equipped and well trained. Not only did they have a tacit understanding of teamwork, but each soldier also relied on their collective strength to fight. Their individual combat skills were equally outstanding. Most of the javelins and daggers were accurately aimed at the Gauls' vulnerable faces, necks, abdomens, and legs, even though the Gauls did not have much protection. Moreover, the Gauls were outnumbered by the Dionia coalition army, and this was not a fair fight at all. As long as the main force of the Dionia soldiers, most of whom were Romans and Latins, could get rid of the terrible shadow that the Gauls had cast in their hearts for more than a decade, and could fight calmly under the ferocious faces of the Gauls who were waving their swords and screaming, there was no doubt that they would be victorious in a head-on battle. Patroclus had led his army to victory in the defense of the encampment, and then led his army to launch a surprise attack on the Gauls' encampment in the early hours of the morning. From this, the coalition army gained confidence, And now the morale of the Dionia soldiers was high. Not only were they not afraid of the Gauls, but they were also eager to gain military merit and be rewarded by the kingdom. In less than an hour of fierce battle, the Gauls began to show signs of weakness. Patroclus took the opportunity to order some of the coalition army on standby to attack the Gauls' flanks. At noon, the Gauls were defeated, and the coalition army, led by Patroclus, won another great victory. When the news reached Rome and the surrounding areas, the people cheered and even organized their own parades, singing and dancing around the city, and finally climbed Capitoline Mountain, where they offered strong black cattle and sheep to the Temple of Hades and the Temple of Diana, pious sacrifices to the two great gods, thanking them for their protection of the people. Similar scenes were also happening in the Latin city-states in southern Etruria. The gloom caused by the Gauls' invasion more than a decade ago was finally blown away by the series of glorious victories created by the Dionia coalition army. After reading the battle report from the front, Assis could not help but sigh in his heart. The younger generation will surpass the older. His Majesty has a good eye for talent. In the king's palace in Turiae, Cynthia sat alone in the inner courtyard, looking slightly depressed. After a while, she saw a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old running out of the living room, holding the hand of a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old. "Palpillas, run slower, be careful. Don't let your little brother fall." "Grandma, don't worry, I'll take care of my little brother. I told you not to run, but you still ran with your little brother. How can I not worry?" Christoia reprimanded him gently. At this moment, she did not have the demeanor of the usual decisive leader of the Chamber of Commerce. She was like a traditional Greek noblewoman who was happy to raise her grandson. "Chris, come to Grandma." "No, I want to play with my brother." The little boy grabbed Palpilla's hand and shouted stubbornly. Christoia's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she was about to lose her temper. "Sister, don't worry. Let Chris play with Palpyrus. The servants will keep an eye on him, so nothing will happen," Agnes said as she stepped out of the door and comforted Christoia. Christoia did not buy it, and said with a sullen face, "We're going to the zoo, not the city sports field or market. Those beasts don't care who we are, and if we get bitten or injured, it'll be no laughing matter. When that happens, his mother will have something to say. I told you not to let Chris leave his parents at such a young age, and now something has happened. When that time comes, she might have a reason to bring Chris back to Rome." As she said that, she took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out her hand. "Chris, come to Grandma." "No." The little boy was rather stubborn. At this moment, Cynthia stood up and said sternly to her son, "Palpillas, take your little brother and stay close to Grandma. Don't run around. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Mother." Palpillas quickly responded, pulling Chris' hand and obediently returning to Christoia's side. Christoia quickly grabbed the 2 children's hands, and only then did she relax. Looking around, she asked, "Where's Eunice?" Standing at the side, Head of Internal Affairs Molina immediately replied, "Princess Eunice went to the zoo with Princess of Rhea early in the morning." "Grandma, let's go find my sister," Chris urged, shaking Christoia's hand hard. Christoia frowned, bent down, and said seriously, "Chris, Grandma has told you many times, you must remember, Eunice and Avria are your father's sisters. You should call them Annie, or others will laugh at you. Remember, call them Annie." "Kuka, all right, call them that when you see them in the future. If you call them wrong again." Christoia deliberately pulled a long face. "Grandma will spank your butt." "Chris likes Grandma. Grandma likes Chris. Grandma won't spank me," Chris said, still using his little hands to hug Christoia's thighs tightly. "You smart little guy." A smile appeared on Christoia's face. "All right, Grandma won't spank you, but you can't call them wrong again." Chris nodded his head vigorously. Christoia gently pinched his little face affectionately, then turned to Agnes and said, "Looks like Avria really likes animals. She's usually a rather introverted child, and Eunice has always forced her to do this and that. It's rare that she's so proactive this time." Agnes said with a smile, "She quite likes animals, but it's mainly because her father told her, when she comes of age, let her manage the zoo. That's why she goes to the zoo whenever she's free, saying that she wants to understand the animals' habits in detail. Kristoya said with a smile, I think in this aspect, Avria is like you. Usually you don't care much about anything other than managing the Temple of Hera, but ever since the zoo was built, you've claimed illness many times, and instead of going to the Temple of Hera, you've gone to the zoo. Agnes smiled embarrassedly. Other than the celebrations, the temple is usually managed by the priests, and the priestesses don't have to go every day, just like Pleasanath. That's what I told you before, but how did you reply? I'm Hera's priestess, so I should be by her side every day. Kristoya mimicked Agnes' tone, putting on an act as she spoke. Chapter 1124. Sister. In front of so many juniors, Agnes couldn't keep her composure. Kristoya understood Agnes's temperament too well and immediately changed the topic. All right, let's go to the zoo. Mother, I won't be going, Cynthia interrupted. We're going to the zoo together for you. How can you not go? Kristoya was a little displeased, but when she saw Cynthia's melancholy expression, she softened her tone and advised. Your father told me that even though the Gauls are aggressive, your husband leads a huge army of more than 50,000 men. He also ordered the nearby 12th Legion to hurry to Rome under your husband's command. I heard that even though the Gauls are fierce, their equipment is crude. They'll definitely be defeated by your husband's elite troops. Don't worry. Mother, I understand all this, but I'm still a little worried. That's why I'm not in the mood to play at such a crucial time. Cynthia was a little hesitant. Kristoya asked in surprise, You've never been this worried when your husband went out to war before? Mother, Patroclus used to be an officer of the Legion. If he gets injured in battle, it's our family's business. Now that he's the commander of the Northern Coalition Army of Dionia, it concerns the safety of thousands of families in the northern regions of the kingdom. How can I not be worried? Cynthia said with a sigh. Kristoya seemed to think of something after hearing this, and sighed as well. She spoke with a solemn expression. When your father led the army to war in the past, which time didn't it concern the life and death of the kingdom? Aren't you and I worried? But what did we do? We tried our best to take care of everything at home and tried our best not to think about this troublesome matter. We ensured that we were healthy. If your father at the front lines knew that Agnes and I had fallen ill, would he still be able to devote himself to the war? Don't let your husband worry, and don't think about the war. Find something to relax yourself. In the end, your husband will receive the protection of Hades. Agnes advised from aside. Obviously, Cynthia listened to her two mothers, and her worried expression faded a lot. Just as she was about to agree to go to the zoo, the wooden door of the inner courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and the palace steward, Ribizot, hurried into the backyard. He bowed excitedly and said, Your Royal Highness's Princess Cynthia, great victory. Lord Patroclus led his army and defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria. Cynthia was overjoyed when she heard that. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Daddy won a great battle. Papa has won a great battle. Palpyras even danced and cheered. I told you that Hades would protect us, Agnes said calmly. What's the exact situation of the battle? Kristoya smiled and asked on her daughter's behalf. Ribizot immediately replied respectfully. I heard that our allied army has won many battles and has completely defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria. His Majesty was very happy when he received the news, and has already summoned the 5 chairmen and a few ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs to the palace for a discussion. He then looked at Cynthia. His Majesty knows that Princess Cynthia is in the mansion, so he specially sent me back to inform you, so that you won't worry. Look at how much your father cares about you. Kristoya looked at Cynthia reproachfully. Thank you, Lord Ribizot. Cynthia wiped away the tears of excitement in her eyes and bowed sincerely towards Ribizot. Ribizot hurriedly dodged and said repeatedly, Princess, this is something that I should do. It's not worth your thanks. All right, can we go to the zoo now? It's all because of you that we've been delayed for so long. Eunice and Olivia might be waiting anxiously, Kristoya complained, pretending to be dissatisfied. Mother, it's my fault. Let's go now. Cynthia smiled sweetly and then squatted down. She extended her hand and said gently, Chris, let Aunt hold your hand. Let's run faster and get to the zoo as soon as possible. and then go see the elephants, all right? I still want to see the lions. No problem. And the hippopotamus. Sure. Cynthia led the bouncing Chris out of the backyard with quick steps, and a wave of laughter followed. Christoya looked at Agnes happily. This morning, Apox went to the school, Antibris went to practice, and the mansion is full of women. We're going to have a good day in the zoo. Palpyrus gently tugged at Christoya's hand and said seriously, Grandmother, Chris and I are men. Oh, that's right. And you two little warriors, too. Christoya used a finger to poke his forehead and smiled even more happily. Last year, after the Dever suggestion, Christoya immediately took action. After repeated discussions and surveys, she chose the hilly area to the south of the Turii stone mine, near the Krati River, to build the zoo. This way, the stone and large amounts of water needed would be more convenient, and transportation would be easier. Until now, the zoo was still under construction and not open to the public. However, there were already elephants, lions, hippopotamuses, crocodiles, and many other animals inside. They were all specially sent over by allied countries, such as Egypt and Mauritania, when they heard that the king of Devers had such needs. While Christoya and her party were escorted by the palace guards to the zoo in a carriage, the Devers were in the palace discussing matters with the ministers. Your Majesty, the facts have proven that your decision was correct. Patroclus is indeed an excellent military commander. Originally, we thought that although the number of soldiers he led was large, most of them were new recruits, and they came from many different sources. Moreover, they were facing the Gauls that all the races in central Italy feared. So, after our analysis, we thought that with the current strength of the northern coalition of Dionia, if they adopted a defensive posture, it would not be a big problem to defend Rome, but it would be more difficult to repel the Gauls who were wreaking havoc in Etruria. And we also thought, Alexis, the Minister of Military Affairs, hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, has not been in office for long, and he does not have the experience of commanding so many legions. Also, he is relatively young, and I am afraid that he will not be able to make the generals of the allied countries completely obey him. So, we suggested that your Majesty should send a more experienced veteran to replace him as the commander of the Northern Coalition. As the 14th Legion is located in the Rome area, the Ministry of Military Affairs has stipulated that the Legion commander has the right to command the allied armies in case of emergency. If it were not for your Majesty's insistence, I am afraid that this victory would not have come so quickly. Devers listened calmly. In fact, the reason why he insisted that Patroclus continue to command the allied armies was not because he had absolute confidence in his son-in-law, but because when he appointed Patroclus as the commander of the 14th Legion and Sextus as the commander of the 18th Legion, he planned to inject new blood into the army and gradually replace the older generation of generals. Naturally, he was under a lot of pressure. It had only been a little more than a year, and if he were to send a veteran to take over the command, it would not only dampen the confidence of the young generals, but it would also disrupt his original plan. So, he supported Patroclus to protect his own reputation. Of course, at this time, Devers was no longer as affected by the history of his previous life as he was before the Western Mediterranean War. After defeating Rome and Carthage, and the rapid development of the kingdom in the past few years, he was deeply aware that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia had far surpassed that of Rome and Carthage at this time in the history of his previous life. In terms of military construction, weapons research, strategies, and tactics, they were the best in the entire Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, the Gauls, who once caused a lot of trouble to Rome, were now just a small trouble for the kingdom of Dionia. Even if the northern allied armies suffered some minor setbacks, it would not affect the kingdom too much. On the contrary, it would make the allies more united around the kingdom of Dionia due to their fear of the Gauls. However, he never expected that Patroclus's performance would far exceed his expectations. In less than a month, he had defeated the main force of the Gauls. This made him very satisfied, and he had to suppress the complacency in his heart. Your Majesty, according to the battle reports, although Patroclus is young, he is very calm and experienced in commanding his troops. He quickly marched to the vicinity of Valsenna, but did not immediately lead the army to attack immediately because of his superior numbers. Instead, he built a camp and lured the enemy to attack. Through a small victory in the defensive battle, he won the trust of the Allied generals, and the morale of the soldiers was boosted. Then, he deliberately retreated to the south of the Tiber River, making the Gauls think that the Dionysian army was afraid, so they dared to attack Valsenna boldly. In the end, he took advantage of the Gauls' days of hard fighting and tired sleep to quickly lead the army back again, raiding the Gauls' camp. The new chief of staff, Printos, analyzed seriously, although this glorious victory has something to do with the ignorance and arrogance of the Gauls. Not only did they not fight cautiously after encountering our powerful allied forces, they only knew how to attack fiercely, and there was no order in their marching and setting up camp. But on the other hand, it can be seen that Patroclus not only understood his own soldiers and the situation of the allied forces, but also understood the situation of the Gauls. Every decision he made was so in line with the situation at that time, and made the victory so easy. It can be said that he has mastered the essence of the military law. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The kingdom has gained another outstanding military commander, and he is so young. Chapter 1125. The Devers stroked the stubble on his chin, his face finally showing a hint of joy. He looked around at the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Alexis. The Gauls are coming at us fiercely. I thought this sudden war would last for a long time, so I had everyone come up with a detailed counterattack plan. Alas, I didn't expect the Gauls to be so weak. All our preparations have gone to waste. Do you have any new opinions on the current situation? Your Majesty. Alexis and Printos looked at each other. Before coming to the palace, I had a simple discussion with Lord Printos about the current situation in Etruria. Patroclus led the northern coalition to defeat the main force of the Gauls. Next, he will certainly continue to attack the remaining Gaulish forces. We believe that the three camps of the Border Legion cannot be conquered by the Gauls in such a short period of time. It is highly likely that the Gauls only have a small number of troops to keep an eye on the camps, while the main force bypasses them and invades Etruria. There is no need to speculate. I have confirmed that Hasdrubal's camp is still tenaciously defending. It has not fallen, the Devers said confidently. Alexis was not surprised. He knew that the Devers' intelligence department was very powerful. After thinking for a moment, he took the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, can you send someone to inform Lord Hasdrubal to cooperate with the Northern Coalition's attack and block the mountain pass leading to the Wave River Plain? Do everything in your power to stop the Gauls who are trying to escape back to their territory and completely surround and destroy them south of the mountain. I will send someone to give the order to Hasdrubal. But I believe that even if we cannot inform him in time, with his ability, he will be able to make the appropriate decisions according to the changes in the situation. Alexis did not feel surprised. Your Majesty, Printos continued, the reason why we want to eliminate all the invading Gaul in the south of the mountains is that we think that the Gaul are a very aggressive race, and they have a large population and a great threat. It has only been 16 years since the last large-scale invasion, and they are already able to mobilize more than 50,000 troops. If we keep adopting a defensive strategy, not only will we be too passive, but the Gaul will also learn a lesson from this fiasco. The next time they move south, I'm afraid they will cause us even more trouble. Therefore, to completely solve the problem of the Gaul, we should take advantage of this great opportunity to change from defense to offense. We should directly send troops to attack the Gauls' territory and completely conquer them. As soon as this was said, there was a small commotion in the conference hall. The rotating presidents began to whisper to each other. The corners of Devers' mouth curled up. Printos' suggestion was exactly what he wanted. He glanced at the presidents who were whispering to each other and asked calmly, do you have any specific plans for taking the initiative to attack? Alexis walked to the wooden map of northern Italy that was placed in the center of the conference hall and said in a deep voice, according to the current intelligence, the Gauls that invaded Etruria this time are made up of Senones and Connemani. It is estimated that most of the young warriors of these two Gauls have joined the invading army, which is why there is such a large number of them. Therefore, their territory must be defenseless due to the lack of troops. Now, the soldiers of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, and Legio III have all gathered. They were originally prepared to reinforce the Northern Coalition Army, but it seems that there is no need for them now. Why don't we transfer these legions to Brindisi, take the ships north, and land near Ariminum, now Rimini? Alexis pointed to a location on the map and said in a sonorous voice, "Directly attack the Gauls' territory." At this time, Devers and the others had gathered in front of the map, their eyes focused on the landing point that Alexis mentioned. Looking at the map carefully, the other ministers realized that it was not that easy to directly attack the Gauls' territory. The Gauls' north was against the high and steep Alps, the Ligurians' territory to the west, and the Veneti's territory to the east. Almost the entire coast was occupied by these two races, and the Gauls were sandwiched in the middle. Although the Etruscan territory was to the south, there was a continuous mountain range between the two. The direct distance between the two was more than 100 miles, and there were many areas that were difficult to pass through. The lower areas were often inhabited by Gaulish tribes, mainly the Senones. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack the Gauls' territory through the mountain range, it was naturally possible to do so given the heavy losses suffered by the Gauls. However, the Dionysian army was unfamiliar with the terrain, difficult to transport, and the overall strength of the Dionysian army was weaker than the Gauls. These shortcomings would not only cause the Dionysian army to suffer heavy losses, but also slow movements, giving the Gauls on the Wave River Plain enough time to prepare their defenses, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the attack and prolonging the war. Therefore, after some analysis by the Ministry of Military Affairs, this was not a good choice. The Ligurians and the Venetians were two conservative races, and in the past, they did not have much contact with the Dionia. Even if the Dionia emissary assured them that the Dionysian army was only there to attack the Gauls and would never infringe on their interests, they would not allow a strange and powerful army to land on their coast and cross their territory. If the Dionysian army were to forcibly land on their coast, it would undoubtedly trigger a new war, which was certainly not a wise move. Therefore, it seemed that the best and only place to launch the attack was Elymium, because it was the only coastal town of the Gauls. It was located to the south of the Venetians' territory, north of the Apennine Mountains, and bordering the Adriatic Sea. Elymium. Devers stared at its icon, recalling the information about it. He had been busy for the past few years, and attacking the Gauls' territory was not in his plan. He did not pay much attention to the details of the Gauls' territory, so he did not have much memory of it in his mind. So he simply asked, "Is it convenient to land on the coast there? How is the situation in Elymium? Is the defense tight?" "Your Majesty," Printos explained in detail, "Elymium was originally a town of the Venetians, but it was captured by the Senons more than 20 years ago. At first, they seem to have taken a fancy to the flat land around Elymium, using it to open up farmland and graze cattle and sheep. It was said that it was not until the Adriatic Sea pirates ventured into this small town and proposed a trade with the Gauls, and succeeded in exchanging some of the plundered goods for the Senons' horses that the Senons realized the benefits of sea trade. So in the past 10 years, the Senons have begun to develop the sea trade in Elymium. They expanded the city, built markets and ports in the city, and the Senons' sea trade gradually made some progress. However, they lacked sailors, so they mainly relied on merchants from other city-states to trade in Elymium. However, due to the Gauls' notoriety and the fact that they had just started to develop, there were not many merchants who were willing to trade with the city of Elymium. Most of them were pirates from the Adriatic Sea or some merchants from the Illyrian region. Occasionally, Umbrians and Frentani would take small boats to trade goods there. When the patrol ships of the first flotilla cruised in the Adriatic Sea, they carefully observed Elymium. In their report, they said that its walls were low and all made of wood, and the area of the city was not large. It was more like a Gaulish camp than a city. The city's security was lax. The coast where it was located had many gentle beaches that could accommodate hundreds of ships landing at the same time. Devers listened attentively while staring at the tentacle that extended southeast of the Gauls' territory on the map. That small area was an attempt by the Gauls, who had lived inland for many years, to move towards the sea. But now, Dionia was going to disrupt their vision and longing for the sea. Devers looked back at the presidents and asked, "What do you think of the suggestion of the Ministry of Military Affairs?" Although he saw the excitement in Devers' eyes, Lucius still had to remind him, "Your Majesty, now we all know that there are 3 Gaulish tribes south of the Alps. The Senons and the Nomani suffered heavy losses in this invasion. Their territory may be defenseless, but what about Salves? They did not participate in this invasion. And according to the intelligence of the Gauls, this tribe has been developing in peace and has not expanded externally. However, their strength is the strongest among the 3 tribes. Once our army attacks the territory of their compatriots, I'm afraid the Salves will go all out to help us defend. I'm afraid this war will not end so easily." Devers pondered and did not respond. Antares laughed and said in a clear voice, "It's not a bad thing that the Salves want to join this war. We can use this as a reason to completely conquer them and solve the problem of all the Gauls south of the Alps once and for all. Lord Lucius thinks that the war will become more difficult with the participation of the Salves. That's because previously we only prepared to send the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions. With the kingdom's abundant treasury and well-stocked granaries, we can definitely send a few more legions and defeat all the Gauls in one fell swoop with absolute superiority." After hearing this, Devers' eyes lit up and cast an approving look at Antares. Chapter 11:26. Cypros also spoke up, "Your Majesty, if we send our army into the Wave River plains and engage in a fierce battle in the territory of the Gauls, it will inevitably cause unease among the Ligurians and the Veneti. In order to prevent accident from happening, we can also send messengers to these 2 races when we send our army. Tell them that the kingdom of Dionia was invaded by the Gauls, and that is why it sent its army to fight back. Also, invite them to attack the Gauls' territory together. Even if they refuse to join us, they will feel less uneasy about our sudden appearance in the Wave River plains." The Devers nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty." At this time, Sidorum asked, "What should we do with the Gauls after our army has conquered them?" Sidorum's question made the Devers fall into deep thought. Because he did not have a plan to attack Mountain Gaul at this stage, he naturally did not have a detailed plan to settle the surrendered Gauls after the war. What came to his mind was the war between Caesar and Mountain Gaul in the history of his previous life. In the 8-year-long campaign, Caesar carried out a bloody conquest of the natives north of the Alps, all the way to England, and paid a heavy price in the continuous battle. Countless Gauls were killed, and finally, they surrendered. As for the Montane Gaul, it seemed that after Rome became stronger, they became obedient, and there was no major war. Of course, when Hannibal led the army across the Alps and attacked Rome, these Montane Gaul people joined his men and fought against the Romans. The Devers looked at Alexis and Printos with a cold glint in his eyes. In a tough tone, he said, "The Gauls are a fierce race. We should not show any mercy to them. As long as they are still fighting, the soldiers will not stop fighting and killing. Only when we are fiercer than them will they fear and surrender. If there are Gaul tribes that want to surrender, we can tell them surrender is fine, but they must unconditionally accept our resettlement of their territory, and they must abide by some of the decisions made by the kingdom for the surrendered Gauls. These resolutions, I'll have to discuss them with everyone before submitting them to the Senate for approval. But regardless of whether the Gauls surrender or not, some of the important towns in the Gaul territory must be captured and firmly controlled in our hands, such as Elimium. Only by occupying it can we transport food and supplies to the army more quickly and smoothly. There's also Beloma, the central town of the Senones. Our army will only be safe if we cross the mountains from Etruria and enter the Per River Plain. There's also Mordecaland, the central town of the Salves. Only by occupying it can we stop more Gauls from crossing the Alps and entering the Per River Plain. Understood, Your Majesty, Sidorum, Alexis, and Printos responded one after another. Your Majesty, even though the Gauls have suffered heavy losses, attacking from the sea will make it easier for the Gauls to defend. Why don't we wait for the army to attack Elimium and attract the main force of the Gauls? Then let the army led by Patroclus and Hasdrubal and Etruria attack Gaul as well. If we're worried about the difficulty of fighting in the mountains, we can let the Legio III be the vanguard, Hemont suggested. The Devers' eyes lit up when they heard this. They couldn't help but tease. Hemont, this suggestion of yours is a great compliment to Alexis's attack plan. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about military affairs. Isn't it a waste of your talent to let you just be the rotating chairman? Your Majesty, Master Hemeng's main purpose is to let the 3rd Legion join the war and earn some merits. As for the military advice that is said to be very good, it's just a lucky shot, Antares said half-jokingly. That's right. What lucky hit? I racked my brains to come up with this idea, and it's exactly because I took into account the fact that the Legio III is good at fighting in the mountains. Because I was thinking about this along the way, I almost got knocked down by a pedestrian. Hemont didn't look at Antares. He complained while touching his knees with both hands, pretending to be afraid, as if it was really true. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little more relaxed. Hemont also cleverly covered up the awkwardness of Antares, secretly accusing him of favoritism. The Devers actually didn't care too much about this matter. He looked at the thin figure in front of him and asked, Haka, what do you think of this? Your Majesty, Haka said unhurriedly, now that Carthage has surrendered to the kingdom, and the Namibians in the east and west are also obedient to us. The order in the southern part of Iberia has been greatly improved under the iron fist of Administrator Bagul. Commander Sextus led the 18th Legion and the Border Legion to join forces and defeated the indigenous people who came to invade several times in the past year. He also took the initiative to attack and slaughtered a Lusitanian tribe who plundered as their second nature, which also deterred the surrounding indigenous people. Now, everything within the kingdom's sphere of influence is very stable, and the country's financial and material resources are relatively rich. And in our east, the war between Sparta and the Thebes and Athens is still ongoing, and it won't affect us for the time being. We should take advantage of such a great opportunity to concentrate our forces and completely eliminate the kingdom's biggest trouble on the Italian peninsula, the Gauls, and clear the obstacles for our complete domination of the Western Mediterranean. Well said. The Devers smiled and said approvingly, now is indeed the best time to conquer the Gauls. Therefore, I agree with the attack plan formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs. But just sending the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions is not enough. The entire Apulia region is on the side of the Adriatic Sea, and it is more convenient to go to the Periver Plain by sea. Therefore, I have decided to add the 9th, 10th, and 11th legions of this region, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry legions, to the attack team, a total of 7 infantry legions and 2 cavalry legions. At the same time, let the 1st Fleet act as transport and support to attack the Gauls from the side of Olymium. Without waiting for Alexis to respond, the Devers continued. The candidate for the commander will be Prososus. In addition, transfer the Legio III to the Etruria region to assist the Northern Coalition forces in eliminating the remaining Gauls in their territory as soon as possible, and then appoint Patroclus as the commander to lead the Legio III, the 12th Legion, the 14th Legion, and the Border Legion, a total of 4 legions to cross the mountains and attack the Gauls from the south. Yes, Your Majesty. Alexis, Printos, Alpines, and the other ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were more or less excited after listening to the doctor's order. 100,000 troops. It was another large-scale war. But compared to the war in the Western Mediterranean a few years ago, the Kingdom of Dionia today was much stronger. It could easily send 100,000 troops to fight, mainly in short-range wars at home. The Devers saw their excitement and shouted towards the door, "Go and get the herald." Very soon, Aristyras walked into the meeting hall. "Immediately go and inform the heads of the various departments that the palace is holding an urgent administrative meeting of the kingdom. Let them come immediately to attend." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Aristyras left, the Devers turned back to look at the chairman and said with a smile, "Everyone, take a break for now. When everyone is here, we will discuss how to ensure the smooth progress of this war, as well as how to settle the surrender Gauls after the war. We will make a more detailed plan. The Gauls were a semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic race. They adopted a tribal system and lived in groups. Their way of life determined that they were relatively isolated, and their surrounding environment just happened to add to this isolation. The large-scale invasion 20 years ago broadened the horizons of the Gauls, mainly the Senons, but it also deepened their blind confidence in their own strength. They did not think that they were defeated by the Rome, because Rome had been occupied by them for half a year. The Romans who were trapped in the mountains even tried to bribe them with gold and silver, begging them to retreat. The Senons believed that the reason for their final defeat was that they had conquered too many places, but they did not have enough warriors. They also had to divide their forces and garrison them. If they were too scattered, they would be easily attacked by the enemy. They had been out on the battlefield for too long, and the warriors began to get tired of fighting. There was also the damn plague. If they could learn from these lessons, the weak Etruscans, Romans, and Latins were destined to become their slaves. These thoughts were widespread in the minds of the tribal leaders and warriors who had fled back to the Senons. So when they recovered their strength, this strong unwillingness turned into the driving force for them to continue to invade the Etruscan territory. Of course, they also learned from the captured Etruscans that Rome and some nearby city-states had been occupied by the kingdom of Ionia. In the past few years, the Senons had also heard the name Kingdom of Ionia from the merchants who came to Illyricum to trade. They heard that it was a powerful kingdom in the south of this land. Speaking of powerful, aren't the Etruscans powerful? They used to occupy a large piece of land in the north, but didn't they also flee to the south after being beaten by us? Rome and other Latin city-states occupied by the Kingdom of Ionia were easily occupied by us 20 years ago. There were many Senons who thought the same, so they did not take Ionia seriously. Chapter 11:27. It was not until the border legions of Ionia arrived at the border of Etruria and began to suppress the frequent attacks of the Senons that they realized that this new force in northern Italy was not as weak as they had imagined. However, they believed that this was mainly because these attacks were organized by the tribes themselves. Their main focus was on plundering, and they did not specifically organize manpower to deal with the attacks of the Ionia. However, the fact that the Ionia were assisting the Etruscans in defending the border caught the attention of the Senons. They were worried that after the alliance between the Ionia and the Etruscans strengthened, it would cause trouble for them when they invaded the south. Therefore, they originally wanted to wait for a few years until their strength was fully restored before they marched south. However, the sudden change in the situation forced them to take action in advance. Just in case, the Senons persuaded the Nomani to go south with them. As the scale of this invasion was larger than the previous one, the Gaul leaders were full of confidence. After more than a year of fighting, they knew that the defense of the Ionia camp was tight, but there were not many of them. Therefore, when they raided, they deliberately avoided them. At first, the attack was very successful. They occupied Florentia and Arretium, but then they encountered disaster. The main invading forces of the Senons and Nomani were defeated by the reinforcements of the Ionia. Under the relentless pursuit, the defeated Gaul army could not put up any effective resistance. On the other hand, the border legions that were previously holed up in the camp took the initiative to attack. Under the terrible situation of being intercepted in front and pursued from behind, the demoralized remnants of the Gaul army were either defeated, killed, or captured. They fled into Florentia and Arretium in a panic, and were then surrounded by the Dionysian army. Only some of the warriors managed to escape into the mountains. Not long after, the Gaul in the territory south of the Po River received the news that the Gaul army heading south had suffered a crushing defeat. They panicked. They were not worried that their territory would be attacked by the enemy. After all, ever since the Gauls settled here for 100 years, they had always been the ones invading others. No other race had ever dared to invade their territory. They were worried about their loved ones in Etruria. Therefore, after the elders of the Senons and Nomani gathered and discussed, they decided to ask Sals for help. They begged him to send an army to Etruria to rescue the surrounded and capture Gaul. Just as the leaders of the three tribes were discussing, one morning, the Veneti slaves living in Aminium were fishing on their fishing boats when they suddenly saw countless huge warships appearing on the sea in the distance. Although they had occasionally seen one or two similar warships sailing past the sea near Aminium and knew that they were the warships of the kingdom of Dionia in the south, the number of warships this time was so large that it covered the entire sea that they were at a loss of what to do. The warships sailing toward the coast near Aminium were the warships of the first fleet of Dionia, fully loaded with legions of soldiers. Since the last war, other than the kingdom of Dionia itself, there were no other strong maritime states in the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, under the instructions of the king of Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs reorganized the navy of Dionia from the original 4 fleets to 3. The first flotilla was mainly based in Brindisi, and another naval base was located in the port of Tarentum. The first flotilla was responsible for the defense of the east and south coasts of Italy, and at the same time, monitoring the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The first flotilla was commanded by Sicurian. The second flotilla was mainly based in Lille, and another naval base was located in Catania. The second flotilla was responsible for the defense of the seas of Sicily and Africa. The second flotilla was commanded by Middleades. The third flotilla was mainly based in Alenia, and another naval base was located in Trine. The third flotilla was responsible for the defense of the west coast of Italy, Corsica, and Sardinia, as well as the security of the remaining western Mediterranean Sea. The third flotilla was commanded by Stephacus. Among them, the first flotilla was the strongest, with a total of 550 warships. The second flotilla was slightly less, with a total of 500 warships. The third flotilla was the weakest, with a total of 150 warships. This was mainly based on the tasks they undertook and the strength of the enemies they might face. The reason why the warships of the Dionia Navy had increased a lot was mainly because during the early stages of the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, the navy of Dionia and Carthage had been seriously damaged. Both sides stepped up the construction of warships in an attempt to gain maritime superiority. However, they did not expect the war to end so quickly. Many warships were still under construction, and in the end, they all belonged to Dionia. However, after Carthage surrendered to the kingdom of Dionia, some Phoenician city-states also joined the Dionia alliance. As a result, the kingdom of Dionia had no enemies in Africa. The downsizing of the second flotilla was already under consideration by the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs. At this moment, one after another, Dionia warships quickly sailed past the Veneti fishing boats, which were already trembling in fear, and went straight to the flat beach in front of them. Later on, what was known as the scariest day of the mountain Gauls began. The day before they landed in Gaul, the envoys of Dionia went to Liguria and Veneti one after another. The Veneti people were more interested in attacking Gaul, but the ferocity of the Gauls had obviously left a terrible memory in their minds. In the end, they said that as long as the Dionysian army did not invade Veneti territory, they would not interfere with the Dionysian army's actions, and would even provide some material assistance. The Ligurians, on the other hand, argued endlessly about the proposal of the envoys of Dionia and could not reach an agreement. Some leaders opposed Dionia's attack on Gaul because it would destroy the existing stability in northern Italy. Some said that as long as the Dionysian army did not enter Ligurian territory, they would not interfere with the military operations of Dionia. Only a few leaders expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Dionysian army to attack the Gauls and occupy some fertile land. Regardless of the response of the two races, the army of Dionia set out by ship from Brindisi according to plan. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, they landed on the coast near Elimium and immediately captured the defenseless city of Elimium. Then the army quickly moved west. The territory of the Senans was defenseless, and the terrain was extremely flat. The Dionysian army swept through the territory like a hot knife through butter, capturing the city of Boloma and Palma. Then, the army turned north and approached Cremona, modern Cremona. At this time, the Senons hurriedly gathered all the young and strong tribesmen, about 10,000 people, to defend the north bank of the Po River in an attempt to stop the Dionysian army from advancing further north. At the same time, they urgently asked for help from Salves and Kanomani tribes. Leotychides stationed his army on the south bank and ordered all the engineering battalion to speed up the construction of a bridge and prepare to cross the river. At the same time, he sent his army down the river in an attempt to find another place to cross. The Senonese prevented the Dionysian army from building a bridge near Cremona, and at the same time, they sent some of their troops to track the enemy, even going so far as to enter the territory of the Veneti and have some conflicts with them. The territory of the Veneti was originally the whole lower reaches of the Po, and later on the southern bank was occupied by the Senonese. While the two sides confronted each other across the river, Salves and Normanni sent as many reinforcements as they could, whether it was out of camaraderie or out of a sense of mutual dependence. The number of Gallic warriors on the north bank of the Po River increased to nearly 70,000, greatly boosting the confidence of the Senons. At the same time, Patroclus, who had basically wiped out the remnants of the Gaulish army in Etruria, led Legio III, 12th, and 14th legions. Under the leadership of the Border Legion, they passed through the Lucca barracks and marched first on the road by the sea, then trekked through the mountain valleys, and finally arrived at Parma. They rapidly marched east and surrounded the undefended Gallic town of Placentia, now Piacenza, on the south bank of the Po River to the east of Cremona. After occupying it, the engineering battalion quickly began to build the bridge. Since there were several islands in the middle of the river near Placentia, the bridge was built very quickly. It only took a day and a half for the bridge to be built. Patroclus quickly led 4 legions across the Po River and headed straight for the central town of Salves, Midian. When the Gauls received the urgent report, they realized that they had been tricked and hurried to the rescue. Unexpectedly, when Patroclus reached Lodi, a small town on the way, he stopped and ordered his soldiers to rest and wait for the battle. When the Gallic allied army hurried to Lodi, Patroclus had already led his army to line up outside the town. At the same time, the main force led by Leotychides had also crossed the river from Placentia and hurried to the vicinity. The two Dionysian armies, one from the south and one from the north, pressed against the Gallic allied army. The Gallic allied army could not advance or retreat and was forced to fight. Thus, the only major battle between Dionia and Shan's Gaul on the Po River plain began in a hurry. Although some nearby Gauls heard the news and joined the battle, the Gallic allied army was in a dangerous situation from the beginning. Their numbers were far fewer than their opponents, but the Gauls fought with their lives on the line. They even used chariots against the Dionysian army for the first time. Nearly 200 chariots charged at the approaching main force of Dionia at lightning speed, attempting to disrupt the enemy's dense formation before allowing the soldiers to charge with their swords. However, Dionia's Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had specially trained for it. Thus, the light infantry that rushed out of the formation first attacked the war horse that carried the chariots from afar. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the divisions and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots charged into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage and would be quickly destroyed. Chapter 1128. However, the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had also specially trained for it. Therefore, the light infantry who rushed out of the formation first attacked the war horses carrying the carriages from a distance. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the units and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots rushed into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage to the formation and would be quickly destroyed. On the other hand, the charge of the Gauls was met with the javelins of the heavy infantry of Dionia, resulting in many casualties. In close combat, although the Gauls attacked fiercely with their greatswords, they were facing the most elite soldiers of Dionia, the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III. Moreover, The 14th and 12th legions were not afraid after several victories against the invading Gauls in Etruria. Therefore, the entire front line stood firm, while more soldiers quickly attacked the flanks of the Gauls, gradually surrounding them, supported by the belief of defending their homeland. The Gauls fought bitterly for more than 2 hours before they were finally defeated. The Dionysian army took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while the 2 cavalry legions continued to pursue them. The Gauls fled in disorder, and there were countless casualties, and captives. After that, the Dionia army was even more unstoppable, and in just over 2 months, they occupied the entire territory of Mountain Gaul. It was now the 21st year of the kingdom, 373 BC. The conquest of Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had shocked the whole of northern Italy. The Venetians, Umbrians, and even some Ligurians had taken the initiative to send envoys to ask for an alliance or goodwill with Dionia. The allies in central and northern Italy were even more determined to follow the kingdom of Dionia closely. Many Latin allies saw that the 14th Legion's Roman soldiers had gained a lot of land after the war, and they clamored for the city-states to merge with the kingdom of Dionia in order to enjoy such benefits. The conquest of Mountain Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia caused a great stir in the entire western Mediterranean. But for the Greeks, except for a few who paid attention to the matter, most people were still focused on Sparta, Thebes, and Athens. The war in Greece had lasted for several years, and there was still no sign of an end. The expedition to Kerkyra was the first battle commanded by the famous general of Athens, Iphicrates, after returning to Athens after fighting for the king of Persia in Egypt. The battle went very well, and the Sparta army stationed on the island of Kerkyra was defeated. But soon Iphicrates encountered a shortage of military funds. He had to let his soldiers work in the fields of the Kerkyra people in order to make ends meet. At the same time, Iphicrates had to ask for help from his good friend in the army, the chief general of Athens, Callistratus. Callistratus had realized that it would be difficult to continue the war in this state, so he decided to return to Athens and persuade the citizens, either provide regular military funds for the fleet or make peace. However, when he returned to Athens, he found that the citizens of Athens were focused on one thing: the trial of Timotheus. Because of the previous loss of Kerkyra, the citizens of Athens blamed Timotheus, and some people even reported him for corruption and malfeasance during the expedition. So the citizens were excited and immediately put him on trial, completely forgetting that it was Timotheus who first led the army to recapture the island of Kerkyra and made the Kerkyra people join the Athens alliance. During this period, Athens only provided a small amount of military funds, and most of it was raised by Timotheus himself. However, the trial lasted for several months, and there was no definite result. This was mainly because Timotheus was quite famous in Greece, and he received strong support that ordinary people could not hope to obtain. Even the tyrant of Thessaly, Iazon, and King Alcides of Epirus personally came to Athens to prove his innocence. It was because of Timotheus' unremitting efforts that these 2 kings temporarily joined the Athens alliance, and it was also through them that Timotheus was able to borrow money to carry out the expedition of Kerkyra. Because of the previous military funds and the long period of the trial, Timotheus was almost bankrupt. Now, in order to entertain these 2 distinguished guests, and to make their daily lives match their status, Timotheus had no choice but to ask for help from his wealthy neighbor, the banker Passion. At the end of the trial, Timotheus was acquitted, but it was not because of the support of Iazon and Alcides. The citizens of Athens actually looked down on these 2 powerful figures from northern Greece and regarded them as barbarians. The main reason was because Callistratus told them that Kerkyra had been recaptured. Although Timotheus regained his freedom, the treasurer of the army that he was leading was tried, convicted of corruption and malfeasance, and finally sentenced to death. The people of Athens no longer trusted Timotheus, and Timotheus was completely disappointed with the people of Athens. This man of Athens, who had excellent leadership skills, especially in naval battles, soon left Athens and turned to serve Persia. After the repeated failures of Kerkyra, the disappointment of the people of Sparta increased day by day. On the other hand, the attacks on the Thebes on land still did not make any progress. In addition, there were a few earthquakes in the coastal areas of Peloponnesus that year. The panicked people of Sparta hurriedly sent people to Delphi to ask for an oracle. The priests of Delphi had long been tired of the endless war because the flames of war had spread to the territory of Phocis. Delphi was located in the Phocis region, so they asked the Pythia to give an oracle. This was Poseidon's anger towards Sparta's continuous warlike behavior. Therefore, Sparta finally decided to seek true peace. They still hoped to bring peace to Greece through the mediation of the king of Persia, just like in the previous Corinth War. Although the kingdom of Ionia, which was not far from Sparta, also had the ability to be a mediator, for some reason, the people of Sparta did not have this idea at all, so they sent messengers to the court of Persia. Coincidentally, the people of Athens also had this plan. Because the war had continued until now, military expenses had become a huge burden for the people of Athens, and it was even possible that the citizens' viewing allowance would be reduced because of this. Another important reason was that not only did the Thebes not weaken in this war, but they also became stronger with the help of Athens. Not only did they unify more than half of the city-states of Pyotia, but they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the allied forces of Sparta. The strength they displayed also made the people of Athens feel afraid. After all, before the Corinth War, Athens and the Thebes had been mortal enemies for decades. This year, especially, the Thebes raided Plataea in the southeast of Pyotia. Plataea, a small mountain state that had suffered many disasters, was once besieged by the allied forces of Sparta because it had resolutely supported Athens in the War of Peloponnesus and was eventually destroyed. At the beginning of this war, in order to contain the Thebes, Sparta allowed the exiles of Plataea to return to their homeland and rebuild their homes. Because of its extremely important strategic position, it was the only place that the Sparta allied forces had to pass through from land through the Isthmus of Corinth, over the mountains, and into the Pyotia area. The Thebes had long intended to include it in the Pyotia alliance. Taking advantage of the fact that the attacks of the Sparta army were weakening and their own strength was increasing, they repeatedly sent messengers to persuade Plataea. While the people of Plataea perfunctorily said that they would consider it carefully, they quietly sent people to Athens, hoping to rejoin the Athens alliance. This matter was noticed by the Thebes. Under the suggestion of Peropatus, the Thebes army raided Plataea and quickly occupied the city. They expelled the people of Plataea from their territory, and many people were forced to flee to Athens. When Isocrates learned of this, he immediately wrote a speech called On Plataea to express sympathy for their tragic fate, and at the same time, he condemned the evil acts of the Thebes. Although this incident did not make the two powerful city-states of Greece officially turn against each other, it undoubtedly further alienated the relationship between the two sides. Callistratus made good use of these reasons to persuade the people at the Citizens' Assembly to decide to make peace with Sparta and stop the war. The people of Athens also did not consider inviting Ionia as a mediator. First of all, they thought that inviting a former city-state to preside over the meeting was somewhat shameful for Athens. Moreover, the incessant propaganda of Isocrates in the past few years had also made Athens wary of Ionia. Secondly, as a mediator of this war, they needed to have enough strength and influence in Greece. Ionia had never set foot in Greece before, and had signed a long-term peace agreement with Sparta. On the contrary, although Persia was thousands of miles away, it had been waving its sleeves in the city-states of Greece, constantly using money to win over this and attack that. The successful signing of the Great King's contract a few years ago had already demonstrated its influence in Greece. Therefore, Athens also sent messengers to Persia. After the Thebes learned that both Sparta and Athens had sent messengers to Persia to seek support, they became a little anxious. During the discussion, Peropatus proposed for the first time to seek support from Ionia. As the Thebes had become stronger in the past 2 years, the Sparta coalition could no longer blockade the Thebes. Therefore, the leaders of the Thebes learned more about the outside world. What surprised them the most was that Dionia had defeated Carthage and become the overlord of Greece and Sicily. In the impression of the native Greeks, only these two places in Carthage were civilized places in the Western Mediterranean. The other places were barbarian and not worth their attention. This showed that the kingdom of Dionia was very powerful and close to the Thebes. It had even sold food to the Thebes when they were in the most difficult times, expressing goodwill. Therefore, if they could get its support, the Thebes would not be afraid of Persia, which was thousands of miles away. Chapter 1129. Peropidas' proposal was supported by Epaminondas. Since Epaminondas' former teacher was Lysis of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, he knew more about the kingdom of Dionia. But other than that, the other leaders of the Thebes expressed strong opposition. The reason was simple. The Thebes government had never had any contact with the kingdom of Dionia before. On the contrary, their enemy, Sparta, had maintained a 20-year peace agreement with this kingdom in the west. Without knowing the details of the other party, they rashly invited the other party to intervene in the disputes in Greece. Once Dionia changed its mind and supported Sparta, the Thebes might not even have time to cry. What's more, the strength of Persia was well known. Dionia might not dare to take the risk of offending Persia, which supported Sparta. In order to support the Thebes did not know that the kingdom of Dionia and Persia had fallen out in the Western Mediterranean War. Most of the Thebes chose to seek the support of Persia. Although Persia had been nominally a supporter of Sparta for many years, the Greek city-states had dealt with Persia a lot. They knew that Persia was capricious and unpredictable. Now, they supported Sparta only out of interest. Before this, Sparta had beaten the Persia army in Minor Siasia. Therefore, as long as the envoys of the Thebes performed well, they might be able to win over Persia. After some debate, the Thebes government decided to also send envoys to Persia, and the envoys were led by the charismatic leader of the Thebes, Peropidas. When Peropidas arrived in Persia, it was already the 22nd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, 372 BC, where Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, lived. He entered the main gate and set foot on the famous parade street. The ground was covered with colorful glazed bricks, and the streets were magnificent. Peropidas was shocked for a while. He raised his eyes and looked forward. The first thing that came into view was the most amazing building in the city of Babylon. It was a magnificent pagoda temple. It stood high in the center of the city, overlooking the huge city. Any Babylonian would be full of admiration when facing it. This was the Artamanangi, also known as the Tower of Babel, which was called by the Babylonians as the palace between the immortal world and the mortal world. At the end of the parade street was the palace of the king of Persia. This palace was also made of colorful bricks, and at the same time, it was inlaid with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, ivory, cedar wood, and other precious materials. It was extremely splendid, showing the wealth and luxury of the royal family of Persia. When the Babylonians passed by it, they all lowered their heads to show their obedience to the royal power. When Peropidas heard that the messengers from Sparta and Athens had been received by the king of Persia, he was worried that this powerful eastern king would refuse to meet him because of the bad words of the first two messengers. However, he didn't expect that not only did Artaxerxes meet him, but he also listened to his story about how the Thebes had been persecuted by Sparta over the past few years, and how they had to resist the Sparta in order to not be destroyed. Peropidas spoke with sincerity and was very practical. He was not as pompous as the messengers from Athens, nor was he as arrogant as the messengers from Sparta. This caused Artaxerxes to have a good impression of Peropidas. Artaxerxes praised Peropidas for behaving like a noble. He even had a simple discussion with Peropidas about what the Thebes would say about the terms of the armistice if the Thebes and Sparta reached an armistice after receiving Peropidas. Artaxerxes also ordered his men to receive Peropidas well. Peropidas was excited by the king of Persia's kind attitude towards him. When a messenger from Athens, Timagoras, and a messenger from Sparta, Laticlus, heard the news, they both felt nervous and hurriedly moved around. In fact, The reason why Artaxerxes was so friendly to the messengers from Thebes was partly because of Peropidas' charm, but the main reason was that he hoped to achieve peace in Greece, and this goal could not be achieved without the compromise of the Thebes, the main party. It had been almost 30 years since Artaxerxes ascended the throne of Persia. Other than the initial uproar caused by Cyrus the Younger's attempt to usurp the throne, the political situation in the country had been relatively stable. However, his performance in the war had been criticized by the people of Persia. When Artaxerxes first ascended the throne, a small group of Greek mercenaries killed their way in and out of the hinterland of Persia. The powerful Persia could not do anything to them. This made the Greeks excited and the people of Persia depressed. Then, the Egyptians declared their independence, drove away the troops stationed in Egypt, and confiscated the fertile lands that were distributed to many nobles in Persia. The king of Sparta, Agesilaus, led his army to invade Asia Minor and defeated the armies of several governors of Persia. After much difficulty, he organized an army to try to re-enslave Egypt, but in the end, he encountered a rare flood on the Nile. In addition, the generals were not on good terms with each other, and in the end, he returned without any success. Because of the dissatisfaction of the people, the year before last, when the Dukia people in the mountainous area of Armenia in the north of Persia rebelled, he finally decided to lead the army himself. He wanted to conquer these barbarians and show off his martial prowess. Although he only led 30,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, the region of Armenia was filled with mountains and precipitous ridges, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. Furthermore, the land in that region was barren and food was not abundant. Not only was it impossible to obtain food locally to fill the stomachs of the soldiers, it was also impossible to import the required amount of food from other regions in a short period of time. The only way was to slaughter the beasts of burden that carried the goods. In the end, Artaxerxes did not even have enough food for himself, and he was almost surrounded by the Dukia people. In the end, with the help of his minister, Tribasis, he was able to escape. Artaxerxes was already 60 years old, and the shock of the battlefield made him seriously ill. It also temporarily extinguished the fantasy of obtaining unparalleled martial prowess with his own hands like his ancestor, Darius, and leaving his name in the annals of history. After recovering from his illness, he immediately took a concubine, using this happy event to dilute his depressed mood, and this young concubine was his biological daughter, Amestris. Of course, the people of Persia did not feel that there was anything wrong with this, because this was the tradition of the Persia royal family. For example, in the past, King Cambyses had married his two sisters, who were later married by Darius, who usurped the throne and gave birth to the incomparably noble fourth king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Now, the envoys of Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes had arrived one after another, allowing Artaxerxes to see an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep, a good opportunity for Persia to better control the mainland of Greece, and this could be achieved without the need for a war. Therefore, he received the envoys of all three parties with great respect, without any distinction between them. A few days later, he gathered all three envoys together and asked his most trusted minister, Tarabasis, to be the host of the meeting. Rather than a meeting, it was more like a small banquet. Everyone had a table in front of them, filled with delicious food, and there were beautiful Persia maids accompanying them. However, the faces of the three envoys did not look relaxed at all, because they knew that after a few days of contact, the people of Persia would finally show their attitude and who they would give more support to. Tarabasis saw the tension on their faces compared to the envoy of the Thebes, Peropidas, who was calmer. No wonder the king liked this Thebes more. Even though he was not as humble as the other two envoys in front of the king, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Tarabasis coughed softly, and, after attracting the attention of the three envoys, he said in a clear voice, "Three envoys, before we meet, the king specifically asked me to express his gratitude to you, to thank you for your trust in the king, and to travel thousands of miles to seek help from him. Since the king ascended the throne, he has always shown great kindness to the Greek city-states. even though during this period, the Greeks helped the evil traitor, i.e. Cyrus the Younger, to disturb Persia, and later, the Sparta invaded Persia's Asia Minor. Although Tarabasis did not specifically look at the envoy of Sparta when he said these words, Laticary still felt embarrassed, because these two incidents were directly or indirectly related to the Sparta. However, the king did not hold a grudge because of this, and his kindness towards the Greeks did not change because of this. Therefore, when the Kyrian War broke out, the Greek city-states fought each other out of hatred, completely ignoring the fact that the people were displaced and their families were separated because of the war. The king made great efforts to let the states in the war sit at the negotiating table, and only then did the king's agreement was signed. The city-states that signed the agreement included Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes. However, the peace in Greece has only been a few years, and war broke out again. Until today, it has not subsided yet. This made the king very sad. Fortunately, you have realized the harm of war and are actively looking for a solution. The king's opinion is, Peropides and the other two immediately straightened their faces and pricked up their ears to listen. Tarabasis was satisfied with their reaction. He said in a serious tone, the king hopes that the parties involved in the war will negotiate as soon as possible and restore peace. In the peace agreement, the independence and freedom of the parties involved will be guaranteed as much as possible, and the interests of the states will be protected as much as possible. Before Tarabasis could finish his words, Laticary could not sit still anymore. He immediately interrupted. Protect as much as possible the interests of all parties? What does this sentence mean? The Thebes shamelessly declared that the entire Boeotia region should belong to the Thebes, and used this reason to attack many city-states in the Boeotia region. Are we also going to support such an arrogant request? Lord Tarabasis, I'm sure you know that during the war a few decades ago, when the noble king of Persia, Xerxes' army entered central Greece with the help of the Thebes, the Boeotia region with the Thebes as the center was a whole. However, in recent years, there have been frequent wars, causing it to fall apart. Now the Thebes, just want to restore a former state. Chapter 11:30. Peropides then looked at Laticles and said calmly, Sparta, on the other hand, has never heard of you owning all of Greece. However, in recent years, whether it is central Greece or northern Greece, I have seen you sending troops to start wars everywhere. Thebes was once occupied by you, and the port of Piraeus in Athens was also innocently harmed by you. From this point of view, it seems that Sparta is the biggest obstacle to restoring peace in Greece. Do you think I am right, Timagoras? Timagoras was silent and did not respond. Laticles was agitated and wanted to refute, but Tarabasis said loudly, Sparta indeed has a great responsibility for the wars in Greece. The king has given Sparta a lot of support, but Sparta has betrayed the king's trust. This is indeed a pity. At this point, Tarabasis saw that Laticles' face was ashen and sneered in his heart. Vulgar, rude, stupid, and incompetent Sparta barbarians. If it was not for the fact that we still need you and do not let the king's efforts over the years go to waste, we would have already united the other Greek cities to destroy you. Just you wait. One day, we will settle the score with Sparta. But the king believes that Sparta will learn from the past and once again shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace in Greece. Of course, this will also require the full support of Athens, Thebes, and other cities. As for how you will negotiate and sign a new peace treaty, we, Persia, will not interfere. But the king hopes that the previous treaty will be used as a basis. For any city that does not negotiate seriously or even intentionally obstructs and still wants to continue the war, they will bear the wrath of the king. Persia will fully support its enemies to completely destroy them. Tarabasis' last few words were spoken with great force, and it shocked Peropides and the others. They could feel that the king of Persia was indeed very concerned about the restoration of peace in Greece. Tarabasis suddenly sighed and said, The reason why the king is so concerned about Greece is because the Greeks have a small population and poor land, but you have always been able to fight against our powerful Persia. This has made him admire you very much. In his heart, he has always thought that the Greeks are the masters of the west of the Mediterranean Sea. But now, the situation has changed. During the frequent wars, a country called Dionia appeared in your colony, Great Greece. It is like a monster. In a short period of 20 years, not only did it conquer many foreign races, it also annexed many Greek states. Even Carthage has become its vassal. Now, it has become the ruler of the sea west of Greece. I am afraid that it will soon turn its greedy mouth towards the nearby Greece. If Greece does not quickly and unite to defend against this powerful enemy, only death awaits for you. And states Crotone, Lo, Locke, Catarai, and Syracuse. Therefore, the king hopes that after peace is achieved, you can form a new alliance to protect the safety of Greece. It could be said that the war in the western Mediterranean Sea that happened thousands of miles away originally had nothing to do with Persia. However, the destruction of the Eastern Phoenician fleet and the subsequent refusal of Persia's envoy to Dionia to ask for a truce had greatly hurt the pride of the king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Even the most rebellious Sparta and Athens had to crawl under my feet in the end. How dare a small barbarian kingdom be so arrogant? They said that the western Mediterranean Sea is the territory of Dionia. If Persia wants to intervene, they should send their army. This was how Artaxerxes felt when he heard the messenger's exaggerated story. Although Dionia was thousands of miles away, Artaxerxes had always held a grudge against them. Now, he finally found an opportunity to fight back against the kingdom of Dionia that dared to offend his dignity. After listening to the words of Tarabasis, the expressions of the three envoys were slightly complicated and their minds were filled with thoughts. I heard that in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, Persia had sent a fleet to participate in the war, but they suffered a crushing defeat. It seems that this is true. No wonder the king of Persia received us so warmly this time, and was so eager for us to reach peace. But to defend against Dionia, which is very aggressive in military and trade, this is in line with the interests of Athens and the demands of the people. But should we establish another alliance? But if this alliance is led by Sparta again, will it harm the interests of Athens? I am afraid that these decisions can only be made after going back to discuss. This was what Timagoras thought. Forming an alliance to fight against Ionia, Laticari's mood was a little complicated. As Sparta had participated in the expeditionary army of Persia, they had long noticed the establishment of Dionia by mercenary leaders. Compared to other Greek city-states, they understood the entire process of Dionia's gradual development from a weak city-state to a powerful kingdom. During this process, it was not that Sparta did not use stratagems to obstruct its development. This was because they remembered the threat that the king of Dionia had once said to them. Therefore, even though the peace agreement was still in effect, they were always worried about the retaliation of Dionia, especially now that Sparta was deeply involved in the war with the Thebes. Therefore, the proposal of Persia was very tempting to Laticary, because if it could be realized, it would undoubtedly give Sparta a guarantee of security. But at the same time, he was also worried that the establishment of this alliance would really anger Dionia. Could it really resist the possible attack of Dionia? After all, Sparta had some understanding of the strength of Dionia. And Peropides looked at Tarabasis in surprise. He seemed to have heard another meaning from the words of the favorite minister of the king of Persia. Strange. The people of Persia seem to be afraid of Dionia. Is the strength of the kingdom of Dionia really that strong? He pondered for a moment, then said, Lord Tarabasis, the suggestion of the king of Persia is very good, but I have a small question. What is it? Tarabasis looked at him. As far as I know, Sparta has always been in close contact with the kingdom of Dionia that you just mentioned, and they have signed a long-term alliance agreement. Is it possible for such a city-state to lead the Greeks against Dionia? Shut your mouth. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Laticary interrupted him and emphasized loudly, the agreement that Sparta and Dionia signed is a non-aggression pact. In fact, the relationship between us, Sparta and Dionia, is not good. The king is aware of this situation, So the king still suggested that Sparta should lead the Greeks to defend against the possible invasion of Ionia. But in order to clear the doubts of the other city-states, it is best for Sparta to draw a clear line with Ionia as soon as possible and cut off all contact. Tarabasis looked at Laticary coldly, then looked at the other two messengers, and said in a deep voice, "The king is very concerned about the safety of Greece and will support you in restoring peace. He will also fully support you in forming an alliance to defend against Ionia. However, if there are any city-states that are still provoking war or refusing to join the alliance, defending against Ionia, or even secretly colluding with them, then we, Persia, will appeal to the other Greek city-states to unite and destroy them. If Ionia really invades Greece one day, the king promises that he will support the alliance of Greece with a huge amount of wealth and resources, and at the same time, a strong navy to help the Greeks to repel the evil wolf in the west." Tarabasis' resolute words contained a strong threat, and at the same time displayed the generosity and kindness of Persia. Peropidas and the other two were only messengers of the city-states, so they could not directly make a promise. They could only calculate and weigh the pros and cons in their hearts, so that when they returned to the city-state, they could persuade the people to make a certain choice. Therefore, the three of them unanimously maintained their silence. However, for Tarabasis, he had already completely conveyed the intentions of the king of Persia to the three messengers. His goal had been achieved, and he did not want to stay here with the Greeks any longer. So the banquet ended abruptly. However, after the three of them returned to their respective rooms, the messenger of Athens, Timagoras, who was the most silent during the banquet, quietly knocked on the door of the messenger of Sparta. When he saw Laticary, he said with a straight face, "Athens and Sparta need to have a good talk." Before the three messengers left Persia, Artaxerxes once again met with them. He once again reiterated his hope that Greece would restore peace and form an alliance to defend against Ionia. After that, he showed his generosity and gave the three messengers a generous reward. Among them, he even gave the Sparta messenger Laticary a floral crown soaked in perfume that he often wore. He also heard that Timagoras, the messenger of Athens, loved to drink milk, so he specially gave him more than a dozen cows of good quality. Only Peropidas did not show any special treatment, which was somewhat different from his previous behavior when he met with the three messengers. Other than that, he summoned Laticary one more time and specifically mentioned the matter of the friendly agreement between Sparta and Ionia. With a serious expression, he reminded Laticary that Sparta must sever its relations with Ionia, or else Persia would turn to support its enemies, Thebes. Due to the pressure exerted by the king of Persia, Laticary seemed to have a lot on his mind on the way back. Peropidas was also uneasy. Although the king of Persia treated him well in Babylon, he could feel that the people of Persia trusted and supported Sparta more. Moreover, during the previous meeting, they specifically mentioned that it would be better to negotiate peace based on the Great Agreement. This made him very worried. Chapter 11:31. The one who was the most relaxed was Timagoras. Not only did he use this opportunity to reach an agreement with the Sparta emissary on certain aspects, he also completed the task that Callistratus had given him before he left. He also obtained a lot of wealth. The initial harvest this time was quite rich, and it would increase his influence among the people of Athens. However, not long after he returned to Athens, Timagoras was reported by the people, saying that he took bribes in Persia, sold the secrets of Athens, and betrayed the city-state. In addition, there were also many rumors in Athens, mainly saying that he behaved wretchedly in Babylon and did not perform as well as Peropidas of the Thebes. He was despised by the people of Persia, and he was a disgrace to the people of Athens. It did not take long for the government of Athens to put Timagoras on trial. Although he tried his best to defend himself and hired a good lawyer, the majority of the citizens on the jury still found him guilty. In the end, he was sentenced to death. After Laticary returned to Sparta, the tough demands made by the people of Persia also caused a great stir in Sparta. Agesilaus, who had always paid more attention to Ionia, strongly objected. He reminded loudly, After Dionia defeated Carthage, their national power became stronger, and they have become a great threat to us, Sparta. Fortunately, there is the existence of the friendly agreement, and this kingdom has always kept its promises. So even though we have done some bad things to them during the period of the agreement, they have always maintained a state of peace with Sparta. Now, we want to take the initiative to cancel the agreement, giving them an excuse. Once Dionia intervenes in this war, it will inevitably bring disaster to the Sparta army that is fighting against the Thebes. Another king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, stood up and firmly supported meeting the demands of the people of Persia. His reasons were equally good. This war has lasted until now, and it is difficult for us, Sparta, to continue. If we break off relations with Dionia, we will not get the support of Persia. If the king of Persia really turns to support our enemy, the Thebes, as he said, then Sparta will face a great danger of being defeated. If we cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia, we will get the full support of Persia. Then, we will be like the Corinth War. Not only will we end this war quickly, but we will also become the hegemon of Greece again. At that time, even if Dionia declares war on us, we can gather the forces of the whole of Greece to fight against them. Moreover, judging from the fact that Persia is so eager to threaten us to cut off relations with Dionia, the king of Persia is hostile to Dionia. He will definitely support us in the war against Dionia. We can take advantage of this favorable situation to defeat the people of Dionia and get rid of this hidden danger that has been worrying us for a long time. It is said that Dionia sent 100,000 troops in the war with Carthage. Peloponnesus and Dionia are separated by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once the friendly agreement is terminated and Dionia really declares war on us, Sparta, these 100,000 troops are likely to land in Peloponnesus. How should we deal with it then? Teacher Aegisai asked with a serious expression. Cleombrotus had long lost the fear and naivety he had when he was pushed to the throne in a hurry. He calmly replied, "Don't forget, Dionysius also led 100,000 troops to attack the people of Carthage in western Sicily. But in fact, we all know that his real combat power is the tens of thousands of mercenaries. Do you dare to say that the 100,000 troops of Dionia are all elites? I don't think so. On the contrary, after we re-establish the agreement with the Greek city-states, if Dionia really dares to send troops to land in Peloponnesus, we can just call on the Greek city-states to resist the invasion of Dionia. With the help of Persia, we can build an army and defeat them. Not only will we completely solve the hidden worries of Sparta, but we can also increase the influence of Sparta in Greece." Agesilaus frowned and reminded, "Since the establishment of Dionia, they have never suffered a defeat in the war they experienced. Even if their army is not all elites, their combat power is definitely not weak. And they are from the army of the same country. Even if we can call on the city-states to build an army, this army will certainly not be as united as them, and it will not be conducive to command the respectable Agesilaus." Cleombrotus suddenly sneered. "All these years we, Sparta, have commanded the coalition of other city-states to fight against the enemy, and we won more than we lost. This is a talent that our Sparta generals must have. More than 10 years ago, you even commanded the people of Asia Minor to fight against Persia. Why are you saying that what we are doing is wrong?" Without waiting for Agesilaus to respond, Cleombrotus looked around, suddenly raised his voice, and said loudly, "The so-called Dionysian army is always victorious. That is because they have not encountered us, Sparta. Do you still remember the threats that the king of Dionia said to us before we signed the first friendly agreement with Dionia? All these years, he has been peeping at us like a poisonous snake on the west coast of the Adriatic Sea, causing us to be on tenterhooks and not dare to slack off. Maybe now is the time to solve this problem. Wise elders and inspectors, whether Sparta can overcome this difficulty depends on your decision." Agesilaus looked at Cleombrotus, who was giving an impassioned speech in the middle of the hall. For some reason, the scene of him defeating his nephew Leotychides and seizing the throne more than 20 years ago appeared in his mind. Now that he was old and weak, did he really not have the courage to do so? Agesilaus hesitated. Breaking off relations with Dionia and offending Dionia might lead to war, but not breaking off relations would also offend Persia, which would turn to support Thebes. Not only would the current war not stop, but it would also become more difficult. This was a dilemma. Agesilaus opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not refute. Then, the 30 elders of Sparta, including the 2 kings, voted on whether to cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia. These Spartan nobles who were over 60 years old might have rich life experiences, but most of them were conservative and only sought stability in everything. Although Dionia was closer to Peloponnesus, it had never set foot in Greece. On the contrary, Persia, which was thousands of miles away, had always exerted influence on Greece. Whether it was the War of Peloponnesus or the War of Corinth, Persia had helped Sparta greatly. These elders were undoubtedly people who had personally experienced these wars and felt it deeply. But the final result of the vote was 2020. In fact, Agesilaus' influence played a big role in it. Compared to Cleombrotus, who had not performed well in military affairs, many elders were more willing to believe in the wise and prestigious Agesilaus. Now, the final decision fell on the hands of the 5 censors. The censors of Sparta had a lot of power. They could investigate and supervise the king and elders, and were responsible for diplomacy and supervision of the army. However, they were chosen from ordinary civilians. These civilians received arduous military training from a young age and continued to fight when they grew up. They only left collective life at the age of 30. Other than being proficient in military skills, most of them did not know much about politics, diplomacy, and other aspects. There were not many citizens who were as knowledgeable and politically intelligent as Cleombrotus. That was why Sparta had always been tough against outsiders. They would only choose to retreat when they suffered a heavy setback. But this year, all 5 censors chose to sever ties with Dionia. The reason was simple. The war with the Thebes had not made any significant progress, and the country was in dire straits. The soldiers were constantly injured, and the people were suffering. The war weariness was very strong. The choice of the censors reflected the public opinion at this time. The people of Sparta desperately wanted to stop the war and restore peace. As for the possibility that this would lead to a stronger enemy, Dionia, they did not think that far ahead. This result did not disappoint Agesilaus. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the gods had made a choice for Sparta, he did not need to worry about anything else. Seeing Agesilaus stand up again, Cleombrotus could not help but say proudly, "Now that the resolution to sever ties with Dionia has been passed, it's useless even if you want to refute it." Agesilaus ignored him and looked around at the crowd. "Even if we have decided to sever ties with Dionia, we should at least send a messenger who can speak and explain to the king of Dionia why we have no choice but to sever ties. If we are sincere enough, I believe that Dionia will not be angered and declare war on us at a critical time when we are negotiating with the Thebes. I've said it before, Sparta is not afraid to fight with Dionia. We can use this opportunity to get rid of this big problem." Cleombrotus reminded with dissatisfaction, "King Agesilaus is right. If we can reach a peace treaty with the Thebes and Athens, and we can temporarily avoid a war with Dionia, that would be the best." Not only did most of the elders agree with this, even the inspectors did not have any objections. However, they were troubled by the choice of the messenger. Because from the few times they had dealings with Dionia, the king of Dionia was not a person who was easy to talk to. So sending a messenger who was familiar with him and good at diplomacy to Thurii would definitely have a much better effect. However, both Callisops and Phoebidas had died in battle, and the rest of Sparta was completely unfamiliar with Dionia. Chapter 1132. I recommend a person to be the envoy of Sparta to Dionia. I believe he will be able to complete this mission. Agesilaus looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and said loudly, "This person is Xenophon." Cleombrotus was taken aback and immediately retorted, "You're out of your mind. Xenophon is not a citizen of Sparta. How can he be the envoy of Sparta?" Agesilaus was not angered by Cleombrotus' impolite words. He calmly said, Xenophon has lived in Sparta for more than 20 years and has participated in many battles with the citizens. Even when facing his mother state, Athens, he did not stop waving his spear. His achievements are no less than our warriors. Moreover, he also used the pen in his hand to promote the excellence of our Sparta political system to the Greek city-states, increasing our influence on our allies. This is something that we, Sparta, cannot do. In addition, his son has always served Sparta and is still fighting in the Boeotia region. Such a Greek scholar who has made so many contributions to Sparta. Even if he does not have the identity of a citizen of Sparta, his actions have proven that he is a citizen of Sparta and an excellent citizen of Sparta. As for why I recommend him to be the envoy to Dionia, it is because he participated in the Persia expedition and later became a mercenary leader in the expedition. I once heard from Chrysippus that during the Persia expedition, Xenophon had a deep friendship with the current king of Dionia and the Devers. I believe that with him as the envoy to Dionia, the effect will definitely be better than others. Despite Agesilaus' full recommendation and Xenophon's good reputation in Sparta, the conservative Sparta elders and censors still had a heated debate about this. Finally, at the end of the 22nd year of the kingdom, 372 BC, the Sparta Council of Elders finally made a strange decision. They appointed a Sparta general as the envoy and Xenophon as the deputy envoy to Dionia, but all the negotiations with Dionia would be handled by Xenophon. This was Xenophon's first trip to the western Mediterranean Sea. The moment he stepped on the passenger ship, he could not help but feel emotional. In the past few decades, it was not that he had never thought of visiting Dionia. Even after Dionia held the Greek Scholars Conference, they had sent him many invitations, but he did not go in the end. One of the reasons was that he knew that Sparta, where he settled, was hostile to Dionia, and Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, who had always taken care of him, was even more wary of him. If he rashly went to Sparta, the people of Sparta would definitely hold a grudge. Another reason was that he had rejected the invitation sent by the Devers when they went to Great Greece. Now that the Devers had established a great career in the western Mediterranean Sea, he could not go there in excitement. After all, he had his own pride. Now that Sparta had given him this mission, he finally had the opportunity to see the kingdom of Dionia established by his former good friend, the Devers, with his own eyes. The route Xenophon took to Thurii was almost the same as the route Chrysippus took to Thurii, but after more than 10 years of development, the situation was completely different. Not long after the passenger ship passed by Kekala Island and crossed the midline of the entrance to the Adriatic Sea, it encountered a patrol fleet of Dionia. It was a fleet consisting of 4 three-oared warships and 8 small and medium-sized warships. When the captain of the passenger ship told him that it was a patrol fleet of Dionia, he could not believe it. The strength of such a fleet was close to the naval configuration of some of the medium-sized city-states in Greece. Some city-states were even weaker than them. And this was just a patrol fleet of Dionia? So Xenophon asked twice. After getting a definite answer, he was still skeptical. He even thought that Dionia was deliberately expanding the size of its patrol fleet to intimidate the surrounding forces. The passenger ship landed at the port of Odlum. Today's port of Odlum was several times larger than when Chrysippus was sent to Thurii, and the scale of its sea trade had also increased several times. The main reason was that Dionia's conquest of Mountain Gaul had deterred the forces in central and northern Italy. The Veneti, Umbrians, had taken the initiative to express goodwill and form an alliance with Dionia. Even the influence of Dionia had spread to some of the Illyrian coastal city-states on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. When these forces took the initiative to approach Dionia, Dionia, of course, seized the opportunity to strengthen ties with them through trade and cultural infiltration. The Adriatic Sea was a natural sea route. Many of the towns of Dionia bordering the sea and the newly joined Dionia's alliance became unusually frequent. Odlum was just one of them. However, its geographical location was special. Not only could it enjoy the benefits of trade in the Adriatic Sea, but at the same time, some merchant ships from the eastern Mediterranean also docked here. In order to be able to meet the growing needs of trade and tourists, Odlum not only expanded the port, but also built 2 additional ports next to it. Its urban area had also expanded again and again. The size of the entire city of Odlum was even close to the center of the region, Udi. It was no longer the small town of Masapi in the past. When the governor of Odlum learned of the arrival of the Sparta emissary delegation, he specially sent people to welcome Xenophon and his entourage. He even held a banquet to welcome them. Xenophon politely declined and even praised that Odlum's port was exceptionally prosperous. It would definitely be one of the top towns in the kingdom of Dionia. If it continued to develop like this, it would definitely be comparable to the port of Piraeus in Athens. The governor of Odlum hurriedly expressed that there were many port towns like Odlum in the kingdom of Dionia. If Odlum wanted to become one of the top port towns, it would need to put in more effort. Many? When Xenophon heard this, he could not help but blink. He felt that he seemed to have discovered a characteristic of the Diorians. They liked to exaggerate the strength of the kingdom to outsiders. After bidding farewell to the governor of Odlum, Xenophon and his entourage sat in a carriage and headed west. Along the way, Xenophon saw the road built by the people of Dionia. It was flat, wide, sturdy, and beautiful. The carriage moved smoothly on it at a fast speed. He was amazed by it. However, when he heard from the coachman that roads like this had already been laid all over the kingdom, connecting various towns, his previous prejudice made him subconsciously think that the other party was boasting again. Because in his impression, even in Greece, such roads were only comparable to the road from Piraeus to Athens. Odlum's port was prosperous, so it was understandable that the road connecting to the outside world was better, but it was hard to say for other places. However, Xenophon gradually began to feel that this excellent road was built a little too long. After the carriage had traveled for more than half a day and passed by a town or two, the road was still extending. His prejudice in his heart was wavering. As they passed by Tarentum, Xenophon could not help but look at it. All these years, the people of Sparta who were on good terms with him would occasionally talk angrily about this Sparta state that was forcibly taken away by the people of Dionia. This was also one of the reasons why the people of Sparta were hostile to Dionia. At this moment, he very much wanted to go in and see what Tarentum, which had become a free city in the kingdom of Dionia, was like now. However, the person in charge of the Odlum convoy who was responsible for transporting them refused. He believed that it was their duty to send the Sparta emissaries safely to Thurii as soon as possible. There should be no delay in the middle of the journey to avoid accidents. Xenophon was a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The convoy finally arrived at the naval base not far from Tarentum. It was already dusk. After the guards of the base carefully checked the official documents of the Sparta emissaries in Odlum, they were allowed to enter. As it was already late, the Sparta emissaries could only rest in the camp for the night. When Xenophon learned that this was the naval base of Dionia, he wanted to take the opportunity to take a look at the armaments of the Dionia Navy. However, the guards in the camp restricted them to stay in the residence and were not allowed to walk around. Of course, the accompanying Sparta people were dissatisfied, but before they left, Agesilaus solemnly warned them that they should try their best to befriend the people of Dionia during the journey, and not provoke them to avoid bringing disaster to Sparta. Therefore, the Sparta emissaries chose to bear with it. Unexpectedly, the next day happened to be the training day of the naval base of Tarentum. 2 subfleets of the first flotilla of Dionia sailed into the port early for formation and confrontation training. When Xenophon and the others left the dock on a clipper, they were just able to see a corner of the fleet training. Amid the loud sound of bugles, nearly 200 warships were docked in the wide bay, constantly changing formations as they sailed at high speed. It was a spectacular and lively scene. Naval warfare was not Sparta's forte. Xenophon himself had never participated in a naval battle. They could not see anything from this training, but the number of triple-hulled warships still left them speechless. The size of this fleet is close to the naval level of the Athens Navy at its peak, so it's understandable that the patrol fleet has such a configuration. Xenophon thought to himself. Seeing their surprise, the captain of the clipper could not help but proudly remind them, these are not the only naval warships of Dionia. In addition to this naval base of Tarentum, there are also several naval bases such as Brindisi, Catania, Lily. There are more than 1,000 warships. Xenophon's heart skipped a beat. Although this time he still felt that the people of Dionia were bragging again. Some of what they said might be true. Although Xenophon did not know much about other naval bases, Brindisi was close to Peloponnesus, and the people of Sparta had a certain understanding of it. Therefore, it was likely that Dionia, which had multiple naval bases, really had multiple naval bases. Chapter 1133. Looking at the place that the Dionia people called the naval base, it was not a naval port as the Greeks understood it to be. It was more like a town. But according to the captain of the Clipper, the people living in the base were all the sailors and their families of the Dionia Navy. Xenophon could not help but recall some of the information he had learned about the war in the Western Mediterranean. In the few naval battles between Dionia and Carthage, both sides sent out about 400 to 500 warships. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it might be true. At this time, Xenophon had realized that he had been making a mistake since yesterday. He looked at Dionia with the eyes that he was used to looking at the Greek city-states, and naturally felt that everything was wrong. But in fact, Dionia was not an ordinary city-state. It was a kingdom, a country similar to Persia. Although Xenophon had adjusted his mentality, he continued to be shocked by the following journey. The ship left the port of Tarentum and sailed into the Gulf of Turii, named by the Dionia people. But in Xenophon's eyes, it was not a gulf, but a sea. It was just that this sea was surrounded by Dionia on 3 sides and became a convenient route for the coastal towns to trade with each other. So the Sparta emissaries saw an endless stream of ships shuttling to and fro around the passenger ship, as though they were in a prosperous port. But in fact, they were on the vast sea, just that the Dionia people had completely turned this sea into their inland sea. When the passenger ship arrived at the mouth of the Crati River, they were even more surprised by the prosperity and bustle of the port. They were awed by the huge size and large population of Turii. Even the few Sparta people who were the most disapproving of this mission became uneasy, because even the stupidest person could tell that with such a prosperous trade and large population, Dionia was fully capable of sending a large army to bring trouble to Sparta, who were in trouble at the moment. So everyone in the emissary group became a little gloomy, and gradually they did not even speak. When the passenger ship entered the port of the inner city of Turii, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia came to welcome them. But they did not bring the emissary group to the royal hotel, but directly to the palace, because the king of Devers wanted to meet the Sparta emissaries. Walking in the streets of the inner city, Xenophon saw the dazzling statue of Hades on the hill in the distance, making him feel as though he was in the inner city of Athens. But in fact, there was a big difference. The inner city of Turii was obviously much quieter and tidier than Athens, and there were many strange buildings, such as the rumored elevated bridge, huge water wheels, automatic water-spraying pools, the triumphal arch that represented the glory of Dionia, the different arena, a unique and profound library, and the magnificent, the hall. Xenophon knew that it had been less than 30 years since the establishment of Dionia, but at this moment, he had the illusion that the city of Turii had a deep and long cultural heritage. Finally, they came to the palace, where the national flag of Dionia was flying high. Xenophon and another Sparta emissary, the elders and censors of Sparta, finally agreed to Aegislaeus' suggestion, but they only made Xenophon the deputy emissary, and the chief emissary was a Sparta general who had made many military achievements. This way, he could monitor Xenophon and prevent him from doing anything wrong, and at the same time, minimize the criticism from a people, led by the ceremonial officer into the palace. Because of what he had seen and heard, even the Sparta emissary, who was known for being overbearing and unreasonable, was a little nervous at the moment, let alone Xenophon. He had already forgotten the joy of seeing his old friend, and all he could think about was how to complete the task given to him by the Sparta people, and at the same time, prevent the powerful people of Dionia from retaliating. "Your Majesty, the emissary of Sparta has arrived. Invite them in." The voice was steady and heavy, almost without the familiarity it once had. Xenophon composed himself, adjusted his clothes, and stepped into the hall. In addition to the palace guards and the ministers of the main departments of the kingdom, there were also 6 former presidents of the Senate. They did not happen to be here, but had been serving in the palace for the past few years, because they were now known as the assistant ministers of the kingdom. In the second year after Dionia conquered Gaul, in a Senate meeting, a newly promoted senator suddenly raised an objection, criticizing the current Senate system. The presidents presided over the Senate meetings and, at the same time, participated in the kingdom's administrative affairs, which allowed them to obtain more important information in advance and use their power to better help those close to them, which was unfair to the other senators. His words immediately caused a huge uproar in the Senate. The elders who supported the rotating chairman all criticized him, while the other elders who were dissatisfied with him also helped him to refute. They even cited many elders who had won the election with the rotating chairman's help in the past few years. The two sides quarreled fiercely over this matter, which did not subside for several days and even seemed to expand. In the end, the king of Devers forcefully intervened, and order was restored in the Senate. But because of this, a new reform was carried out in the Senate. The rotating presidents of the Senate would be held by the senators in turn, and there would no longer be a fixed number of people, in addition to enacting and amending laws, electing regional governors, and supervising the administrative performance of mid-level and senior officials, all the kingdom's administrative decisions and foreign affairs would no longer be submitted to the Senate for review and approval, but would be directly decided by the kingdom's administrative office. The kingdom would establish the position of assistant ministers, a total of 6, whose terms were the same as the ministers of the various ministries, and would assist the king in managing the kingdom's administrative affairs. At the end of their term, they could be elected by the Senate and approved by the king to take over. The Devers took advantage of the storm in the Senate this time to reform it. The Senate's power was reduced, and its functions became more singular. More power was returned to the kingdom's administrative office, which made the administrative efficiency faster and more efficient. The reason why the Senate made such a big concession was that ever since the Devers were crowned with the name Hades, their prestige in the kingdom was unprecedented. The ordinary senators did not dare to oppose them, and the rotating presidents who had the ability to organize everyone to oppose were caught in their weakness, becoming the core of this storm, unable to fend for themselves. In addition, the Devers gave them a way out by using the position of assistant minister, so his plan to take back power was successfully realized in the end. Of course, Xenophon did not understand the political changes in the kingdom of Dionia, nor did he pay attention to the ministers standing on both sides. Ever since he walked into the hall, his eyes had been fixed on the man sitting high on the throne. Divers, who was wearing a crown, stood up and walked down the throne with an agitated expression. He strode up to Xenophon and gave him a strong hug. As it happened too quickly, the ministers and guards in the hall had no time to stop them. They heard the Devers' hearty laughter. Xenophon, I thought I would never see you again in this life. I didn't expect that with the blessing of Hades, we finally meet again. The Devers' sudden action was also beyond Xenophon's expectations, and he was quite touched. He immediately put aside what he had planned to say when they met and sighed. Yes, we haven't seen each other for 27 years since we parted at Byzantium. You have a good memory. The Devers put his hands behind his back and bowed slightly to look at him. He asked with a smile, "Do you remember what I said at the time?" Xenophon frowned and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't remember." The Devers raised his eyebrows slightly and pointed around. He said slowly, "I said, I'm going to Greece, I'm going to build a country of my own, and I invited you to join us, but you refused. It's been 27 years. Do you think what I said at the time has come true? Your Majesty, King of Dionia, you have created countless miracles when you were in Persia. So, I take it for granted that you can do anything amazing after that." Xenophon replied unhurriedly. "Ha ha!" The Devers laughed heartily again. He patted Xenophon's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've become very eloquent. Is it because you've been with King Agesilaus of Sparta for a long time? It's because of what I've seen in Dionia. I can't help but be in awe of it, Xenophon said sincerely. The Devers stared at him and stopped smiling. He said seriously, "Every time I read the long march that you wrote, I would think of the difficult days when we went through thick and thin together in Persia. Our friendship should not fade with the passage of time. Just like how no matter how powerful Dionia is, it will always treat its friends with sincerity. So, all these years, I've specially asked an envoy to send you an invitation to Dionia to participate in the Scholars' Conference so that we could have a good gathering. But I've never been able to fulfill my wish." Xenophon felt guilty and did not respond. "It seems that you're not doing very well in Sparta," the Devers said, half jokingly and half seriously. "That's not right." Someone beside him immediately retorted loudly. "Xenophon is highly respected in Sparta. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent as an envoy to Dionia this time." The Devers' gaze immediately became sharp and pierced the man in a red cloak with his hair combed into a thick braid. He asked in a deep voice, "And who are you?" "Citizen of Sparta, Gessulus. I was appointed by the Council of Elders to accompany Xenophon to Dionia." The man did not avoid the Devers' sharp gaze and answered in a loud voice. Chapter 1134. The Devers just nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He then turned to look at Xenophon and said with a gratified expression, "To be able to become an envoy of Sparta as a guest, it seems that you've been living well in Sparta. Xenophon." He patted Xenophon's shoulder again and turned to his throne. At the same time, he asked, "Why did you come to Dionia as an envoy this time? To renew the friendly agreement? I remember it still has a few years before it expires." Gessulus opened his mouth to speak, but Xenophon quickly stopped him and then said in a measured tone, "Ever since the war between the Thebes and Sparta broke out, it has lasted for several years, causing great damage to both Peloponnesus and central Greece. In order to restore peace to Greece, Sparta decided to make peace with the Thebes and Athens. But the two sides have been fighting each other for years, with many casualties and deep hatred. It is not easy to make peace, so it is best to find a powerful country to persuade the two sides to sit down and negotiate. So Sparta chose to come to us, Dionia." The Devers, who had returned to his throne, leaned forward and interjected with interest, "It seems that our friendship of more than 10 years has not been in vain." Both Xenophon and Gessulus looked embarrassed. Xenophon coughed twice and said in a low voice, "That Sparta did consider inviting Dionia as a mediator, but although Dionia is powerful, it has no influence in Greece, and it is difficult to deter the unruly Thebes and Athens. And it just so happened that Sparta found out that Athens and Thebes had sent envoys to Persia one after another. You also know that Persia played a big role in the last Corinth War, being able to stop the war and reach an agreement. In order to prevent Persia from supporting the enemy, Sparta had to send envoys to Persia. Dionia doesn't have much influence in Greece. Isn't it because we strictly abide by the agreement with Sparta? Although it's so close to Greece, we, Dionia, have never interfered with the politics of Greece for more than 10 years. Now, Sparta is complaining that Dionia has no influence in Greece." Antares, one of the assistant ministers, could not help but interrupt and complain. "On the contrary, Sparta has secretly done some things in the Western Mediterranean during the period of the agreement, adding some trouble to Dionia. I also have a question for the emissary of Sparta. Everyone knew that Sparta had been receiving Persia's support all these years, which was why they signed the Great King's contract and became the leader of the Greek city-states again. This time, if Sparta wanted to stop the war and negotiate, shouldn't they first seek Persia's support? Why did they let the emissaries of Athens and Thebes beat them to it? Because they had to consider Dionia first." Another assistant minister, Cypros, also followed up with his own questions, trying to expose some of the lies in Xenophon's words. Faced with the questioning of the Dionia ministers, Xenophon could not help but feel a little nervous at the moment, even though he was prepared. Dionia's performance in keeping its promise is very respectable to the people of Sparta. And because you've defeated Carthage, you've become stronger and you're very close to Peloponnesus. So Sparta did first think of asking for help from Dionia, But the reality is, all right, there's no need to explain. Since Sparta has decided to seek support from Persia, why did they send you to Dionia? Did Persia refuse Sparta's request? The Devers asked with a faint smile. Xenophon met the deep gaze of the Devers and faintly had an illusion that the king of Dionia had already known the whole story. Suddenly, he was enlightened and did not make any more excuses. He said directly, Persia promised to support Sparta, but asked Sparta to break off friendly relations with Dionia. Otherwise, they will turn to support Athens and Thebes, and let Sparta taste an unprecedented defeat. So Sparta sent me here as an emissary to end the friendly agreement that has lasted for more than 10 years with Dionia. Xenophon's words caused quite a commotion in the hall. In order to get Persia's support, Sparta did not hesitate to break off friendly relations with us, Dionia. Are they not afraid of offending us, Dionia, and causing a new war? The military minister, Alexis, asked sternly. Gesulus, who had been silent before, could not help but say loudly, Before I left, King Aesius told me that ending the friendly agreement with Dionia this time was indeed a last resort. After the armistice agreement is signed, we, Sparta, will resume our relations with Dionia and sign a new friendly agreement. Please rest assured. It would have been better if he had not said this. After he finished speaking, the whole hall was like a frying pan. Even Hacker, who was usually gentle, said coldly, What does Sparta mean by this? Does Dionia look so easy to bully? If they want to break the agreement, they can break it. If they want to renew it, they can renew it. You have to know that this is the Western Mediterranean Sea, and Dionia is the only king here. All city-states and forces are scrambling to attach themselves to Dionia and take pride in joining the Dionia alliance. With the current strength of Dionia, it has rarely signed an equal agreement with other city-states. Since you, Sparta, don't think that this friendly agreement is precious, when this agreement is torn up, you, Sparta, will deeply feel the terrible pressure that you did not feel in the Corinth War and the Thebes War. After Gesulus finished speaking, Xenophon knew that it was going to be bad. Seeing that Gesulus still wanted to refute, he hurriedly stopped him and subconsciously cast a pleading look at the Devers. Enough! The Devers raised his hand and suppressed the anger of the minister. He said seriously, We, the people of Dionia, regard a promise as our life. Once the agreement is signed, no matter what happens in the future, we will fulfill the agreement. But perhaps for Sparta, an agreement is signed to be torn up. The Peloponnesus War achieved a truce, but a few years later, the Corinth War broke out. Not long after the Great King's Peace Treaty was signed, the Thebes War broke out. Every time, Sparta was the first to break the agreement and start the war. So, we have long been mentally prepared for this friendly agreement to be canceled by Sparta. It's easy to cancel it, but it's difficult to get it back. You have to know that many people of Tarentum and Carthage still regret it. Xenophon listened to the Devers' meaningful words and was shocked. The Devers emphasized his tone and asked word by word, I'm asking you now, Xenophon, is Sparta sure that they want to cancel this friendly agreement? Xenophon hurriedly replied, Yes. In order to reach a truce as soon as possible and restore peace, Sparta has no other choice. But I can guarantee that although the agreement is canceled, Sparta will still maintain peace with Dionia. This is not up to Sparta. The Devers smiled slightly. Now it seems that the king of Persia has a deep grudge against Dionia. But for the sake of you, Xenophon, Dionia will not cause trouble for Sparta because of this broken agreement. Xenophon was overjoyed and immediately said gratefully, Thank you, your majesty. The people of Sparta will remember your kindness and are willing to always maintain peace with Dionia and will never be manipulated by the people of Persia. The Devers blinked disapprovingly, put his hands on the back of the chair, and said with a smile, Now that business is done, let's talk about private matters. Tonight, I will be holding a banquet for you in the palace, and I will also invite some of my mercenary friends who fought side by side in Persia to attend so that we can reminisce about parting. Having successfully completed the task given to him by Sparta, Xenophon was now in a relaxed mood and immediately said, I am very happy to attend this banquet and have a good drink with my former comrades to make up for the regrets of the past. The Devers smiled at Alexis and the Minister of Commerce, Marigi. The banquet tonight will not be without the two of you, so I will first extend an invitation to you. Alexis and Marigi hurriedly expressed their willingness to attend. After Xenophon and Gessulus left the palace, Antares, who had long been impatient, immediately asked, "Your Majesty, are we just going to let the matter of Sparta's wanton violation of the agreement go away? Then what else do you want?" The Devers looked at him and asked calmly, "Declare war on Sparta? We should at least think of a way to punish their rude behavior, or else the other city-states will think that we, Dionia, are weak and easily bullied." Antares' tone was still unyielding. The Devers looked at him, and then at the other ministers with different expressions, and said in a low voice, "Just a punishment will not cause much damage to Sparta, but will instead raise their vigilance. The Persia wants to be a mediator to reunite the war-torn Greek city-states. I am afraid that they want to create trouble for us, Dionia. The Sparta wants to become the leader of the Greek city-states with the support of Persia. They're all thinking too highly, but I am afraid that things will not go as smoothly as they imagine." "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Cypros' heart skipped a beat. The Devers did not give a direct response, but smiled slightly. "What we need to do now is to closely monitor the development of the war in Greece and wait for a favorable opportunity to come. Considering that some of the former mercenary elders were still working elsewhere, the banquet that night was not held, but postponed to 2 days later. In these 2 days, the Devers specially sent someone to accompany Xenophon to tour most of the places in the Turii region, so that he had a deeper understanding of the situation in the Kingdom of Dionia. Chapter 1135. 2 days later, a grand banquet was held in the palace of Dionia. Other than the Devers and Xenophon, there were also Helos, Alexis, Amintas, Felicius, Agathia, Tormid, Capys, Antonios, Epthenus, Metones, Olivers, Geogres. Even Princess Christoia attended the banquet. At the banquet, everyone recalled their adventures in Persia and thanked the Devers, Xenophon, and other mercenary leaders for finally bringing them out of danger. They toasted to them one after another, and the atmosphere was quite warm. There were also people who lamented the rich life they enjoyed today and felt sorry for the wrong choices made by Clino, Timicin, and Xenophon. Of course, there were also people who advised Xenophon to leave Sparta and settle down in Dionia to enjoy the rest of his life with his former comrades. But Xenophon perfunctorily brushed them off. When the banquet was about to end and Xenophon toasted to the Devers, he boldly asked with the help of alcohol, "Now that Dionia is so powerful, why is it so lenient towards Sparta for ending the friendly agreement in advance?" The Devers squinted his drunken eyes and calmly told the story. A few years ago, Mauritania, in order to show its respect, sent a few elephants to the kingdom and kept them next to the royal residence. The hounds in the residence barked at the elephants from afar out of fear, but the elephants remained quiet and ignored them. Not long after, the hounds stopped barking, and both sides lived in harmony. Xenophon had visited the zoo in the past 2 days and knew how huge an elephant's body was. After listening to the story, he was silent for a moment. Sparta's emissaries quickly returned to Sparta. After learning that the king of Dionia had calmly accepted the matter of Sparta ending the friendship agreement and did not intend to punish them, the elders and inspectors heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Xenophon visited Agelaus, he described in detail what he saw in the kingdom of Dionia and reminded him solemnly, "Although Dionia has no ill intentions toward Sparta, it's best to sign a new contract with Dionia as soon as possible to restore our friendship." It was an obvious question, but Agelaus thought about it for a while and said with a serious expression, "You're right. We must hold the peace talks with Thebes and Athens as soon as possible. The contract must be signed as soon as possible. Only then will Sparta have the confidence to negotiate with Dionia." In the spring of 371 BC, the 23rd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the War of the Thebes, which had lasted for many years, finally ushered in the dawn of peace. With the support of Persia, The two sides of the war would hold peace talks in the city of Sparta. As it was the home ground of Sparta, the main city-states of the Peloponnesus alliance had sent emissaries to participate in the peace talks. They were the first to arrive at the meeting place. They were followed by the emissaries from Athens. The chief general of Athens, Callistratus, was the main person in charge, and his assistant was Callias, the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual. The last to arrive was the emissaries from Thebes, led by Epaminondas. In addition, Persia had also sent emissaries to participate in this meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Athens launched an attack on Sparta. Callias and Callistratus successively accused Sparta of acting arbitrarily and oppressing their allies, which was the main culprit of the war. At the same time, they bemoaned the state of the universe and pointed out the harm caused by the war to the Greek city-states, which resonated with the emissaries from the various city-states present. Agesilaus and Archidamus, who attended the meeting in Sparta, seemed to feel that they were in the wrong and did not immediately refute. Therefore, all the emissaries present quickly reached a consensus, stop the war. It seemed that the people of Athens were still on the side of the Thebes against the people of Sparta, but in fact, through the contact between Timagoras and Liticlus in Persia, the two sides had secretly reached a certain tacit understanding. Therefore, in the following discussion of the signing of the contract, this tacit understanding was revealed. Both Athens and Sparta declared that according to the proposal of Persia, the basis of the peace was still based on the principles set out in the Great Contract, which was that all city-states must withdraw their troops, whether it was land or navy, stationed in other states, and any alliances must be dissolved, allowing all Greek city-states to maintain their independence. In this way, there was a big problem. This was also a problem that could not be solved after the end of the Corinth War and the signing of the Great Contract. The Athens Alliance and the Peloponnesus Alliance did not comply with the rules and should be dissolved. For this reason, Epaminondas, who had been quietly watching the performance of the people of Athens, immediately pointed out this problem loudly. Who knew that the people of Athens and Sparta were already prepared? Callistratus immediately admitted that the original Great Contract was indeed inappropriate. He thought that it should be amended to change the provisions to no city-state could be forced to become a member of the alliance, but different city-states could cooperate with each other according to their will, but there was no need to sign a treaty to make it mandatory. Agesilaus immediately agreed to this. He thought that such a change was more reasonable and more acceptable to the city-states. The envoys of the other cities of Peloponnesus also expressed their agreement one after another. Together with the support of the envoys of Persia, the terms of the contract were confirmed, and all that was left was to sign the oath. One by one, the envoys of the cities of Peloponnesus rushed to sign the name of the city, followed by the envoys of Athens and Sparta. Finally, it was the turn of the envoys of Thebes. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Epaminondas stood up with a solemn expression and solemnly swore in the name of Zeus. He then picked up a pen and wrote his name on the oath. Most of the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, but they heard Agesilaus say in a deep voice, "People of Thebes, you've signed the wrong name." Epaminondas said very confidently, "I've confirmed it. There's no mistake." At this time, the other people in the hall felt that something was wrong. They rushed to pick up the oath and saw that it was clearly written, Pyotia Epaminondas. Agesilaus said angrily, "Epaminondas, are you fooling us? Everyone knows that Pyotia is a region, and the Thebes are just a city-state in this region. What right do they have to sign on behalf of all the city-states in the Pyotia region?" Epaminondas was not afraid at all. He looked at Agesilaus and said calmly, "What's so strange about this? You can think of Pyotia as Laconia. Laconia is the region where the people of Sparta live." Or Epaminondas turned his head to look at Callistratus and said very firmly, "Attica, not the Peloponnesus Alliance or the Athens Sea Alliance." As soon as this was said, the emissaries of the other city-states in the hall were shocked. The ambition of the Thebes was obvious. They wanted to unify Pyotia. Callistratus immediately retorted, "When the Greeks talk about Athens, they don't just mean Athens, but the entire Attica region. When the Greeks talk about Sparta, they're also referring to the entire Laconia region. But when people talk about Thebes, are they referring to the entire Boeotia region? Obviously, they're only referring to the city-state of Thebes. Why is this so? That's because Athens and Sparta have integrated a region a long time ago. And after a long time, the other Greeks have recognized this. Unfortunately, they can't recognize that the Thebes represent Boeotia because until now, many city-states in the Boeotia region are still independent. Agesilaus then said sternly, "According to this oath, the Thebes must disband your newly established Boeotia alliance and let every city-state in Boeotia under your control gain independence and freedom." Epaminondas did not show any weakness and rebutted Agesilaus. "If you, Sparta, let every city in Laconia gain independence, then the Boeotia alliance will be disbanded." Then he looked at Agesilaus and Callistratus with a firm expression and argued, "You, Sparta, have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of Boeotia, just like we Thebes have no right to interfere with the internal management of Laconia. Laconia, Boeotia, and Attica represent different political systems, and under the witness of Zeus, each political system is legitimate. The alliance of Boeotia and the development of Attica into a city are natural things. This process is as legitimate as the development of Laconia into an oligarchy under Sparta." Agesilaus' son, Archidamus, interrupted him loudly. "You are talking nonsense. You Thebes just want to continue waging war and attack other city-states in Boeotia to deprive them of their independence and freedom. This is absolutely not allowed." Epaminondas sneered. "Didn't you Sparta people do this before? You shamelessly attacked our city and stationed troops and officers in other Boeotia city-states to deprive them of their independence and freedom. It is because of your invasion that we, the Boeotia, realized that we must unite to ensure the freedom of the Boeotia people." Archidamus was speechless. Epaminondas then said to Agesilaus sternly, "For the sake of this Boeotia alliance, we Thebes have indeed used some forceful measures, but you Sparta people have no right to interfere. This is because in the ancient times, when no one could accurately measure time, your ancestors adopted even more forceful measures. This kingdom that you maintain is built by them using this forceful method. Now, the friendly alliance of Thebes and Boeotia has decided to adopt the same method as Sparta to establish a united and unified Boeotia alliance that includes all the city-states in Boeotia. In order to achieve this great goal, our citizens will not fear death." Chapter 11:36. Agesilaus was taken aback by Epaminondas' forceful words and fearless expression. Seeing that the situation was not good, Callistratus was about to speak to resolve it. However, he heard the Persia envoy, Datis, say sternly, "Since you have signed the contract, you must act according to the contract. Stop all wars and restore peace to Greece. This is the desire of the Greek city-states and the urgent request of the great Persia king. From now on, if any city-state dares to start a war or invade another city-state, Persia will strongly support the other city-states that have signed the contract to form an alliance and severely punish them. Thebes, I advise you to obediently fulfill the contract." Epaminondas sneered a few times and looked straight at the Persia envoy. His eyes were cold and threatening. "Previously, because we believed Persia's words, we signed the great contract and disbanded the Boeotia alliance. In the end, Sparta violated the contract and ambushed Thebes, captured our citadel, and enslaved our people. What did Persia do about this shameless violation of the contract? Nothing at all. So, what peace? What independence? Let them all go to hell. We Thebes only believe in ourselves now." As Epaminondas spoke, he even clenched his fist, causing the Persia envoy to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, Epaminondas did not punch the Persia envoy in the face. Instead, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the venue. The other Thebes also followed him out of the venue. The Thebes envoy group left, and no one stopped them. For a moment, the venue was silent. Does this signature of the Thebes still count? Callistratus' voice broke the silence. Of course not, Agesilaus said angrily with a sullen face. Since the Thebes have no intention of signing the contract, there is no need for us to drag them in. I suggest that this signature be deleted. The envoys from the various cities expressed their approval one after another, and so did the envoy from Athens. The Thebes are rude and unreasonable. I'm afraid they will continue to wage war when they return. The king of Persia will never allow such a thing to happen. At this time, the Persia emissary, Datis, roared angrily, "We of Persia will strongly support you in building an army to punish the Thebes and uphold the sanctity of the peace treaty." Datis is right. We should do this. Agesilaus immediately looked at Callistratus. What do you people from Athens think? Callistratus said without hesitation, "We of Athens also support this decision. If Sparta wants to punish the Thebes, we will provide naval support, just like how we helped the Thebes in the past." The Thebes do not have a navy at all. The navy provided by Athens is completely useless. Agesilaus knew this, but he did not object because he felt that regardless of whether the navy provided by Athens was a practical help to Sparta or not, this action by Athens itself was of great significance. It allowed the other cities in Greece to see that Athens was on the side of Sparta. And with this first support, there would be a second, a third. There was still a long way to go. Therefore, Agesilaus immediately expressed his gratitude to the Athens envoy group. While the envoys of the various cities continued to discuss the contract, the Thebes envoy group had already ridden out of the city of Sparta and went straight to the port by the sea. At this time, a Thebes emissary finally had time to complain. "Epaminondas, although your speech at the meeting just now was exciting, it will inevitably anger Sparta and strengthen their attack on us Thebes." Epaminondas looked back at them and said in a deep voice, "Before this, some of us still had some illusions about this peace treaty. I believe that now they will completely give up. Our ally Athens has betrayed us. Like Sparta, they do not want us Thebes to unify the entire Boeotia region." "You are right, Epaminondas," another Thebes emissary said angrily. "Although it is stated in the contract that to ensure the independence and freedom of each city-state, to dissolve the established alliances, it also said that each city-state can help each other voluntarily. Even if Athens and Sparta disband their alliances, with the influence and strength of their city-state, the original alliances will still voluntarily rely on them and be ordered around by them. Once we disband the Boeotia alliance, we will soon become a pile of loose sand. Athens and Thebes are worried that after we unify the Boeotia region, we will have the ability to fight against them. That is why they are trying their best to stop us. We must not give in." Epaminondas' tone was firm. "But this time, Sparta has the support of Athens and Persia. They will attack us even more fiercely." The Thebes emissary said worriedly, "We are not fighting alone. Thessaly will fully support us, and we can also seek help from the kingdom of Dionia." Epaminondas comforted them. "Dionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Will they choose to help us? I have discussed this issue with Peropidas, and we agreed that Persia and Dionia must have a grudge against each other. Since Sparta broke the friendly agreement with Dionia and chose Persia, it is very likely that Dionia will accept our proposal and form an alliance with Thebes." Epaminondas' words made the other Thebes emissaries fall into deep thought. "But no matter who we form an alliance with, we, Thebes, must rely on our own strength to become stronger." Epaminondas looked forward with determination. 2 days later, the Athens emissary delegation also left Sparta and returned to their motherland. On the way, Callistratus was very satisfied and said to Callistratus, "In this peace negotiation, we, Athens, have gained the most benefits and the greatest harvest." Callistratus was a little puzzled. Under the partiality of the Persia emissary, we have to help Sparta attack the Thebes. This is actually a re-recognition of Sparta's position as the leader of the alliance. It should be Sparta who has gained the most. Although Callistratus somewhat despised this mediocre emissary from Athens, as the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual Callistratus not only had a lot of influence in Athens, but also in Peloponnesus. Otherwise, the contract would not have been named after him. The Callistratus contract. Since Callistratus agreed to help Sparta attack the Thebes, when he returned to Athens, he would definitely be criticized by some political enemies. He needed Callistratus' full support, so he patiently explained to him, "Ever since the War of Peloponnesus, the strength of our Athens has been completely weakened. Not only have we been under the control of Sparta, but we have also been forced to disband all of our alliances. For Athens, which relies on the prosperity of sea trade, this is undoubtedly an extremely heavy blow. When the War of Corinth broke out, the national strength of Athens was restored, but the signing of the great contract forced us to disband the alliances that relied on us again, until the signing of the contract this time." Callistratus said in a serious tone, "Sparta has recognized the existence of the Athens Maritime Alliance. In fact, has placed Athens on the same level as Sparta. As for the fact that we agreed to help Sparta in the war, it is just to give Sparta a false reputation. In fact, the war against the Thebes does not require the use of the navy. Even if Sparta wants us to send the army in the future, we can find a way to do it perfunctorily. Sparta is now our ally, but in the future, there will be a conflict of interest with Athens. The Thebes have become our ally because of Sparta, but don't forget the reason why they were the enemy of Athens for a long time. This time, the Thebes did not sign the contract, which will inevitably lead to the continuation of the war between them and Sparta. This is a good thing for us. The national strength of the Thebes has now greatly increased, and Sparta will not be able to defeat them easily. The continuation of the war will consume the strength of both sides. When the time is right, we, Athens, will intervene and decide the final outcome, so that we can reap the greatest benefits." Callistratus was convinced by him. When the emissary group returned to Athens, Callistratus received an urgent notice from the council. There was a secret message from the city of Thebes, and they had sent Peropidas as an emissary to Dionia in an attempt to form an alliance with them. Callistratus was shocked. Although they had been kings for many years, experienced many things, and met many famous people, the Devers could not suppress their curiosity. They looked at the emissary of Thebes standing in the middle of the palace hall, because this person was too legendary. When Sparta conquered central and northern Greece, and almost all the Greek city-states succumbed to Sparta's force, this young man, who was not famous at that time, bravely sneaked back to the Thebes with a few like-minded friends, assassinated the puppet that the Sparta supported, and called on the people to drive away the Sparta army in Thebes. When many Greeks thought that the resistance of the Thebes was just a flash in the pan, the Thebes government, led by him, was not destroyed by the continuous attacks of the Sparta army. On the contrary, the Thebes gradually grew stronger during the war, and in the end, they were even able to stand up to the Sparta. Peropidas. The Devers repeated this name in his heart. In his previous life, he did not know much about the history of ancient Greece. He only remembered one of the Thebes, Epaminondas. Now, he thought that this person in front of him was also a great person. Peropidas was also curiously looking at the king of Dionia. He thought that he had done something great so far, but compared to this person in front of him, it was nothing. When he had just become an adult and was still keen on attending banquets, competitions, and plays, this person had already led the mercenary army through many dangers and returned from the hinterland of Persia, winning a great reputation. Then, he went to Great Greece, defeated the natives with less than 1,000 troops, occupied Thurii, and founded the kingdom of Dionia. He defeated Crotone, Syracuse, and Carthage. In just over 20 years, this kingdom became the real overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. He had been to Persia and seen the prosperity of Babylon. When he set foot on the land of Dionia, he carefully observed along the way, especially the magnificent size of the city of Thurii and the prosperity of the port, which made him feel that it was not much worse than Persia. Therefore, he was surprised and excited, thinking that he had come to the right place. Chapter 1137. Devers coughed softly and said in a serious tone, "Peropidas, someone told me that you played an important role in the Thebes regaining their independence and being able to fight against the Sparta for many years. They even had a slight advantage over us. Parapeta's spirit was lifted. He could feel a trace of kindness from Dever's words. He immediately replied humbly, "The Thebes are what they are today because of the joint efforts of all the citizens who love the Thebes. I'm just like them. I'm just doing my best. What I've done is nothing compared to the powerful kingdom you've built. You're too modest." Dever smiled. Other than Plato, this was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from a powerful figure in Greece. He felt slightly proud of himself. He patted the armrest and asked, "What's the purpose of your visit to Thurii this time?" "Your Majesty," Parapetas said solemnly. 10 days ago, Thebes was invited to Sparta to negotiate a truce. Parapetas said solemnly. "The war has been going on for so many years. The land of the Thebes has been destroyed by the Sparta. The lives of the people are very difficult. We were very willing to stop the war and restore peace. However, during the negotiation, Athens betrayed us. They joined forces with the Sparta. With the strong support of the Persia, they jointly pressured us to disband the Piotia alliance. However, their own alliance was preserved through such a contract." Parapetas summarized the general content of the contract and then said with grief and indignation, "Our emissary resisted the pressure and did not sign the contract. Once we agreed to their request and disbanded the Piotia alliance, if Sparta violated the contract again and launched an attack on the Thebes, we would not be able to fight against them. Due to our refusal, the Persia threatened us, saying that they would fully support Sparta and severely punish the Thebes. So today, I came to Thurii to seek support from Dionia on behalf of the Thebes." After Parapetas finished, he saw the Devers sitting firmly on the throne with his hand on his chin. He continued, "Before this peace negotiation, I heard that Sparta and Athens had sent emissaries to Persia to seek support. I was also sent to Babylon as the emissary of the Thebes, and was summoned by the king of Persia. In front of the 3 emissaries, the king of Persia clearly asked us to stop the war and said, 'Dionia has ambitions for Greece. Only when the Greek city-states unite can we resist the invasion of the Dionysian army.' So, the king of Persia sent emissaries to promote this peace negotiation in Sparta." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He did not think that Parapetas lied to seek support from Dionia, because what he said also confirmed why Persia had previously forced Sparta to end the peace agreement with Dionia in advance. It seemed that the Persia had begun to play against Dionia. Thinking of this, the Devers looked at Parapetas and said slowly, "So, do you Thebes think that Dionia is a threat to Greece?" "I think what the king of Persia said is simply a joke," Parapetas said indignantly. "The Persia are foreigners. Since the beginning of the Greco-Persian War, they have been delusional about annexing the Greek land and enslaving the Greek people. For decades, they have never stopped interfering in the political situation of Greece. Nowadays, the continuous wars in Greece have a lot to do with Persia. On the other hand, Dionia is a kingdom mainly established by the Greeks. Since its establishment, it has been living in harmony with Greece without any conflicts or wars. Who is good and who is bad can be easily seen by comparison. So, I have come to ask the noble king to lend a helping hand and help the Thebes to fight against the allied forces of Persia and Sparta, so that all the city-states in Greece can regain freedom and peace and no longer be under their control. If Dionia does this, not only will it destroy the series of conspiracies of Persia against Dionia in advance, but it will also allow Dionia to win prestige in Greece and the support of most of the city-states." The Devers nodded and showed a troubled expression. "What you said makes some sense, but Dionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Not long ago, I even said to the envoy of Sparta that they will not be punished for ending the friendly agreement in advance. Your Majesty." Parapetas immediately persuaded. "Dionia keeps its promise and is famous for the Mediterranean Sea. It is admirable. But in the more than 10 years that you've been earnestly fulfilling the friendly agreement with Sparta, what did the Sparta people do? As far as I know, they violated the terms of the agreement and secretly maintained contact with Syracuse. They took the initiative to take in some of the remaining Greek forces that hated Ionia. During the war between you and Carthage, these forces also formed an army and invaded the territory of Ionia. It is hard to say that Sparta did not instigate this. The Sparta people are insidious and cunning. As long as it is beneficial to them, they will do anything. It is the same for Thebes, and it is the same for Ionia. To talk about trust with them is like cattle and sheep facing a wolf. We will always be the ones to suffer. Also, it's been almost a month since the Spartans broke their agreement with Ionia. During this month, the Spartans didn't take any hostile actions against the Spartans, so you could be considered to have fulfilled your promise. In addition, because of the armistice negotiations this time, the war between Thebes and Sparta has stopped for a period of time. In the eyes of the Greek people, peace has already appeared. If Sparta attacks the Thebes again after Ionia and Thebes form an alliance, it will let the Greek people know more clearly who the real perpetrator of the war is. It will also let the people of Ionia see more clearly how Sparta people treat Ionia, who has maintained a friendly relationship with them for more than 10 years. Of course, if they can take Ionia into consideration and restore peace in Greece, I think it will be a good thing for everyone. Devers sighed and said, "It seems that your visit to Persia and you were courteously received by the king of Persia is true. You are indeed very persuasive." Pelopidas was overjoyed, but he responded modestly, "That's because what I said is the truth." Devers finally said seriously, "In this case, I agree to form a military alliance between the kingdom of Ionia and Thebes. I hope that this time, our sincere efforts can be treated sincerely by each other." Although Pelopidas had some confidence in gaining the support of Ionia, he did not expect that the king of Ionia would be willing to form a military alliance with Thebes. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart, and his face was full of smiles. Soon, the foreign minister of Ionia, Ansitanos, and Pelopidas began to discuss the alliance. One day later, Ansitanos came to the palace and reported to Devers. Pelopidas hopes that Ionia will support Thebes in unifying the Boeotia region. Devers frowned. "Yes, your majesty. It seems that the Thebes have a strong obsession with this. I heard that when they were negotiating the contract with Sparta, it was because Sparta forced them to disband the Thebes alliance that the negotiations broke down." Ansitanos reminded tactfully. Devers tapped his hand on the wooden table and pondered for a while before saying, "Agree to it." Before Ansitanos could respond, Henoboris, who was at the side, asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, Sparta will definitely launch another attack on the Thebes. We have already given the Thebes great support by forming an alliance with the Thebes at this time. Now, we have to help them unify the Boeotia region. Isn't this a little overestimating the Thebes?" Devers took over his words and said in a serious tone, "Henny, you should take a longer view. Don't just focus on the small benefits in front of you. Even if the Thebes really unify the Boeotia region, the land area is only comparable to Messapi, Pacheti, and other regions. It won't pose any threat to us. However, in order to achieve this goal, the Thebes dared to go against Sparta, Athens, and Persia. This shows how important it is to the Thebes. If we can help them, they will naturally be more grateful. This will be of great help to us in establishing a foothold in Greece in the future. What's more, if our allies are stronger, they'll be able to contend with Athens, Sparta, and other powerful Greek states. It'll be more helpful for us, Dionysia, to enter Greece in the future, and it'll be more beneficial to the stability of Greece. Your Majesty, you are indeed far-sighted." Henoboris praised loudly in admiration. Devers, however, did not appreciate his compliment. He pointed at Ansitanos and said, You just haven't thought about it properly. When your teacher came to report to me, he had already considered the pros and cons of these things. He understood it clearly. Henoboris immediately looked at Ansitanos. Ansitanos said calmly, "Your Majesty, Henoboris is not an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is impossible for him to understand the complicated relationships between the Greek city-states in detail, and it is impossible for him to think about how to gain benefits from it every day like we do. How can he make a very accurate judgment? Chapter 1138. Understand. I'll go back and discuss with the others to fight for more benefits for the kingdom. Ansitanos replied. Also, Devers hesitated for a moment before saying, do you want to reconsider your resignation as the Foreign Affairs Minister? Another war is about to break out in the complicated Greece. Foreign affairs are of utmost importance, and we need an experienced minister like you to take the helm. How can you leave at such a crucial time? Ansitanos stretched out his skinny fingers and touched his gray hair. Your Majesty, I'm old, and I don't have enough energy to handle such a heavy task, especially when the war is about to break out. I might as well resign as the Foreign Affairs Minister and seize the remaining time to do what I like, such as writing the history of the first 20 years of Dionia. All right, Devers didn't force it. He thought for a moment before saying, I've looked at the candidates you've listed for the Foreign Affairs Minister and thought about it for a long time. I think Epirus is more suitable. He's made great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War and the Gallic War. He's qualified and capable enough. What do you think? I fully agree with your Majesty's decision, Ansitanos replied without hesitation. Then, after the signing of the covenant with the Thebes, I'll gather the 6 assistant ministers to confirm this matter. Yes, your Majesty. Herney, send your teacher off for me. Teacher, how many chapters have you written in the history of the first 20 years of Dionia? It's best to publish it at the same time as my records of the Western Mediterranean War, so that the readers can compare the details and understand the history of that period. Hippolytus was still talking nonstop on the way to send Ansitanos off. Ansitanos listened quietly and responded occasionally. When they walked out of the palace, he said with a serious expression, Hippolytus, you have to watch your tone when talking to His Majesty in the future. It's best not to be so casual anymore. I've always spoken to His Majesty like this. Is there a problem? Hippolytus was a little puzzled. His Majesty is no longer the same as before. Not only does he have unprecedented prestige in the kingdom, but his power has also increased. He had recommended a total of 4 candidates for the position of Foreign Affairs Minister, and 3 of them were his students. Be it qualifications or achievements, they were not inferior to Tapius, but the Devers chose Tapius, who was not that close to him. If it was a few years ago, important appointments such as the kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs would usually have to be discussed by the ministers and finally submitted to the Senate for approval. But now, it only needed His Majesty and the 6 assistant ministers to make a decision. It was basically decided by the Devers. Teacher, His Majesty is the same as before. There's nothing different about him. You're thinking too much. Henoboris had a different opinion on this, and he comforted Ansitanos instead. Ansitanos could only say helplessly, it seems that I'm really getting old. My imagination is running wild. After the signing of the Treaty of Kalias, according to the contract, the contracting parties must recall their troops stationed abroad and dismantle their military fortresses in foreign countries. Therefore, Athens was recalling the troops led by Iphicrates who were stationed in Kerkyra, but Sparta did not implement the contract. On the contrary, after learning that the Thebes had sent an envoy to Dionia, the Sparta people felt a sense of urgency. They wanted to send an envoy, Xenophon, to Dionia to persuade the king of Devers not to provide support to the Thebes, but the Persia envoy Datis, who had not left, warned Sparta not to have close contact with Dionia. He also said that in order to support Sparta in punishing the Thebes, a large number of Persia's gifts to Sparta were being carried by a fleet from Miletus and would soon arrive. Under such a situation, Sparta decided to attack the Thebes first. This time, the Sparta people summoned the alliance army faster than ever. As Agelaus was not feeling well, the army was still under the command of another Sparta king, Cleombrotus. Before the signing of the contract, he was ordered to be stationed in the territory of Phocis. In May, the reinforcements crossed the Gulf of Corinth and rushed to meet him. At this time, the news of the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes had spread to Sparta, making the Sparta people nervous. Subsequently, the messenger of Dionia, Topyrus, also came to Sparta and reminded the council of elders that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. They hoped that Sparta could stop the war with the Thebes and restore peace, so that Dionia would not have to be involved in the war due to the alliance agreement. This would destroy the friendship between Dionia and Sparta that had lasted for more than 10 years. However, the elders, led by Eugenes, said that Sparta did not know that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. Therefore, the army had already set off and might have even fought with the Thebes. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to withdraw the army in a short period of time. However, they would do their best to restore peace to Greece. Topyrus saw that the Sparta people were perfunctory, but he was only here to notify them according to traditional etiquette. The king of the Devers did not ask him to stop the war, so Topyrus quickly left. On his way out of the city, he encountered the messenger of Persia, Datis, who threatened and ridiculed him. Seeing that most of the Sparta people were on the side of the messenger of Persia, Topyrus did not refute them with all his strength. After a few words, he left awkwardly, but he remembered the humiliation in his heart. In the middle of June, Cleombrotus stationed his troops in Phocis and Piotia's gateway, Coronia, waiting for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive before immediately marching towards the Thebes. Now, all the people in Greece believed that the decisive battle between the Thebes and Sparta was inevitable, and the vast army of Sparta made them believe that Sparta had the absolute advantage. The next step was to wait for the Thebes to be completely destroyed or become puppets controlled by Sparta. Even many of the Thebes had no hope of victory, and some even suggested to surrender to Sparta. Some city-states, such as Athens, gloated over the impending doom of the Thebes. Some city-states, such as Argos, silently prayed for the Thebes, and a few city-states at this time extended a helping hand to the Thebes, the most famous of which was Tarchus Iazon. He had secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes a year ago, and at this critical time he sent 300 Thessaly cavalrymen to the Thebes by sea. Because the land route to the Hot Spring Pass was controlled by Sparta, it was impossible for the Thessaly people to go south through it. At the beginning of July, Cleombrotus unexpectedly ordered his army to quickly pass through a narrow path in the mountains, avoiding the ambush of the allied forces of the Thebes, and arrived at Thisbe. He raided the only port occupied by the Thebes. Cleombrotus seized a few warships of the Thebes, thus ensuring the safety of the retreat route. After resting for 2 days, the allied forces of Sparta, with more than 10,000 soldiers, marched straight to the Thebes in the north. When they arrived at the highlands of Leuctra, the Sparta found that the road ahead had been blocked by the army of the Thebes. Originally, when the allied forces of Sparta entered the territory of Piotia, many Thebes generals thought that this time the allied forces of Sparta were aggressive and their numbers were much greater than before, so they could not face the enemy head-on. Therefore, they suggested to temporarily avoid the front line, give up the military fortresses on the periphery, and retreat back to the city of Thebes to defend. However, Epaminondas firmly opposed this idea. He firmly believed that they should take the initiative to face the enemy and not let the Sparta invade the core area of the Thebes. Otherwise, if they were allowed to destroy the farmlands and villages, the citizens' determination to fight would be shaken. Over the years, Epaminondas had led the Thebes to successfully resist the invasion of the allied forces of Sparta, so he had a very high reputation among the citizens. In addition, he had been elected as the military chief of the Piotia Alliance. The highest position in the Piotia Alliance was elected once a year, and the other one was Pelopidas. Pelopidas, who had returned to the city of Thebes, fully supported the decision of Epaminondas. Therefore, the Piotia Alliance, led by the Thebes, finally decided to fight the allied forces of Sparta to the death. Epaminondas led all the forces of the Piotia Alliance to the highlands of Leuctra early, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The highlands of Leuctra was located at the southern end of the plain where the Thebes were located. It was full of low hills, and one of the round hills was relatively flat. It was the place where the commander and the main generals of the Thebes resided, and it was also the place where the heavy infantry gathered. When Ippomelanda learned that the allied forces of Sparta had arrived, he did not immediately start to arrange his formation and assume a fighting posture. Instead, he moved his army to the hill opposite the settlement of the allied forces of Sparta and began to build a camp. At this time, some Thebes generals suggested to Ippomelanda that they should take advantage of the fact that the Sparta army had just marched to this point, and when the veterans of the division were tired, they should launch an attack. Ippomelanda did not take up the suggestion. On the second day, the Sparta still did not take any military action, but Cleombrotus had learned through the centuries that the number of Piotia alliance in the opposite camp was significantly less than his own. This finally prompted him to lead the fully rested Sparta alliance out of the camp on the morning of the third day, and began to arrange their formation along the gentle hillside. When Ippomelanda heard the news, he immediately rushed outside the camp and looked at the opposite hill. He then smiled, because the formation of the allied forces of Sparta had not changed much from the formation that the Sparta had participated in the past. The army was still lined up, and the Sparta warriors in red cloaks were on the right wing, and they stood out from the entire formation. Chapter 1139. Sparta will be defeated by us. Ippomelanda's strong confidence infected the generals around him. They quickly led the troops according to Ippomelanda's plan and began to arrange the formation in front of the camp. Because the Piotia coalition army had fewer soldiers, the length of their formation was shorter than the Sparta coalition army's formation, and the thickness was also very thin. The only exception was the left wing, because at the front was the Thebes led by Pelopidas, followed by the Thebes heavy infantry led by Ippomelanda. The thickness of the column was as high as 50 rows. Moreover, Ippomelanda deliberately waited for the right wing and the middle wing to be arranged before he began to arrange the left wing. As soon as the left wing was arranged, he gave the order to blow the horn to attack, so that even if the Sparta people felt that something was wrong, they had no time to adjust their formation. The horn was blown, and the Thebes led by Pelopidas led the entire left wing to advance quickly. The army in the middle and right wing, under Ippomelanda's prior instructions, deliberately slowed down, so that the left wing quickly broke through the front. The entire infantry formation was like a hammer swinging down with all its might, and ahead of the hammer was the left wing. However, the first to start the battle was the cavalry. Ippomelanda gathered the cavalry to the front of the middle in advance. Seeing this, the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, naturally also gathered his cavalry to the front of the middle in order to fight against the Sparta army. When the horn was blown, the infantry of both sides were still advancing, but the cavalry of both sides had already fought. The Piotia coalition army cavalry, with the Thessaly cavalry as the main force, was obviously stronger than the Sparta coalition army cavalry, and they were quickly defeated. Under the deliberate driving of the Piotia coalition army cavalry, the Sparta coalition army cavalry had to retreat in the direction of the middle and left wing, which hindered the advance of these two infantry formations and gradually separated from the Sparta phalanx on the right wing. The king of Sparta, who was in the middle of the formation, could not see that the formation had broken away, but he could see that the cavalry in front of him had been defeated. However, for the Sparta people, the cavalry had never been the main force in battle. They had been invincible in Greece for years because they had received military training since childhood, and they had experienced countless battles and tempering themselves. The king's guards were at the front, and they were the elite of the elite. Anyone who could become one of them would win the respect of the Sparta people. The establishment of the Sparta king's guards was 300 people, but over the years of continuous wars, the population of Sparta had plummeted, and they could no longer maintain this number. At this time, there were only 100 people in the formation. Therefore, the king of Sparta, like the surrounding Sparta warriors, was not moved by the defeat of the cavalry, and still believed that the final victory would belong to them. When they saw that the Thebes were not far from them, the Sparta people roared and began to charge. At the same time, the sacred team of Thebes also charged under the leadership of Pelopidas. The weapons and equipment of the sacred team of Thebes were no different from the heavy infantry behind them, but for the past few years, they had either been training or fighting, and they had defeated the Sparta soldiers many times in small-scale battles. Whether it was in terms of combat skills or spirit, they were far superior to the other Duke's militia. Moreover, they believed that fighting side by side with their lover was the sublimation and integration of emotions. Therefore, as the speed of their charge increased, so did their fighting spirit. Therefore, when the heavy infantry of both sides collided, the sacred team of Thebes was actually evenly matched with the king's guards of Sparta in terms of strength and skills. But when the reinforcements of both sides pressed forward, the difference in strength gradually became apparent. Compared to a column of 50 people and a column of 15 people, the difference in strength was obvious. This difference was reflected in the battle when both sides pushed and pushed. The side of Sparta, who had fewer people, could only retreat step by step under the strong pressure, and the originally dense formation gradually became loose. The sacred team of Thebes bravely squeezed into the gap, trying to expand the gap and destroy the shield formation. They were not afraid of the continuous spears of the Sparta soldiers, because they wanted to show their bravery to their lover. Defeating the Sparta soldiers was undoubtedly a lifetime of glory, and they believed that even if they attacked with all their strength and reduced their defense, their lover would block everything for them. The sacred team of Thebes, fearless of death and the strong pressure of the super-thick column, caused the soldiers of Sparta to fall one after another, and the formation began to become fragmented. The worst thing was that their king was in trouble. Cleombrotus, who had personally joined the battle, had just stabbed his spear into the chest of a Thebes soldier who had rushed in front of him. Unexpectedly, the soldier spat out blood, but he held on to the spear and shouted a person's name. Then, another Thebes soldier beside the soldier rushed forward with tears in his eyes. He ignored the stabbing spears of the king's guards and pounced on Cleombrotus, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The king of Sparta, whose helmet had rolled to the side, watched as the soldier's back was pierced by several spears, but the soldiers still tried to bite his throat with a ferocious look. The king was dead. The people of Sparta were founded on martial arts. Except for the battle at Hot Spring Gate, where the difference in military strength was too great, there had never been a king who died in any other battle. But today's tragedy happened, and it was hard to imagine how much of a blow it was to the morale of the Sparta soldiers. What's more, they were now facing the terrifying Thebes, who were like mad demons. In addition, they were facing a direct confrontation with the enemy, and the Sparta soldiers, who were known for their bravery and strength, were afraid. First, the soldiers of Hellas began to flee, followed by the Pariasis, and finally, the real Sparta soldiers threw away their spears and shields, turned around, and fled. The Sparta phalanx on the right was defeated, and the soldiers desperately fled back to the camp on the hill. At this time, the middle and left wing had already made contact with the enemy, and they even had the upper hand in the battle. However, the Sparta army had always been the core of the Sparta army. Now that the Sparta army was defeated, the allied army had no mood to fight anymore, so they hurriedly retreated. Although the Thebes army had defeated the Sparta army, the soldiers were exhausted. Moreover, the allied army of Sparta was almost unharmed, and they still outnumbered the Thebes. Therefore, Epaminondas did not dare to continue attacking the camp of Sparta's allied army, so he also retreated. The Battle of Leuctra had ended. In this battle, there were about 1,000 Lycidic dream warriors, including 400 Sparta warriors. The Thebes Holy Squad also suffered 200 casualties, which accounted for 2/3 of their total strength. Although there were not many casualties in the battle, this battle was actually a competition between the strength of the two city-states, the Thebes and Sparta, and the Thebes won. Even many of the Thebes who personally participated in the battle could not believe that they had won. After returning to the camp, they cheered to their heart's content, and under the leadership of Pelopidas, they forcibly carried Epaminondas around the camp to express their joy and gratitude. The camp of Sparta's allied army was shrouded in the shadow of defeat. Although they still outnumbered the Thebes, the king of Sparta had died in battle, and the army was leaderless. Although some of the Sparta people were unwilling, they had to follow tradition and send messengers to the camp of Thebes to ask for a temporary truce so that they could bury the dead. This was, in fact, an admission of defeat. After burying the dead, both sides sent messengers at the same time. The messengers of Sparta's allied army had to rush back to Sparta as soon as possible to report the news of their defeat to the Council of Elders. They also had to ask them to appoint a new commander and send reinforcements so that they could be rescued from the territory of Piotia. Although the dead king, Cleombrotus, had left them a safe place to retreat, Port Cleosis, the demoralized army was afraid of being attacked by the Thebes, so they did not dare to retreat alone and remained in the camp on the hill. The Thebes sent 3 messengers, one to Athens, one to Thessaly, and one to Dionia. The first messenger to arrive was Athens, because it was the closest to the Thebes. When a messenger wearing a flower crown announced to the Council of Athens, "The army of Thebes has defeated the army of Sparta and killed the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus," this shocking news caused the whole hall to fall silent. For the elites of Athens, the victory of the Thebes made them even more afraid of the Thebes. Callistratus did not expect the Thebes to be able to defeat Sparta, so he and Iphicrates asked the messengers in detail. Although the messengers' answers were brief, they still felt that although the Thebes had won, the results were not great. According to the character of the Sparta, they would definitely retaliate crazily, and the intensity of the war would increase. Although this made Callistratus secretly happy, he was also worried that Athens would be dragged back into the quagmire of war. The second place that the Thebes messengers reached was Philai. After all, the port in the north of Piotia could reach Philai directly by boat, and the distance was not too far. When Iason heard the news, he was overjoyed. He immediately gathered the cavalry and infantry and announced that he was going to help his ally, the Thebes. 2 days later, he brought 8,000 infantries and 2,000 cavalrymen to the south and headed straight for the Hot Spring Gate. Originally, he thought that there would be a fierce battle at Hot Spring Gate. Who knew that when the Sparta allied army, led by Cleombrotus, attacked the Piotia region, they called for the garrisons in central Greece to gather together. The Sparta garrisons at Hot Spring Gate sent out most of the garrisons. After learning that the battle had failed, the soldiers who stayed behind felt that they were alone and in a dangerous situation, so they took the initiative to retreat. Iason easily occupied this very important strategic point and left 500 soldiers to guard it. Then, he led the cavalry guards, and without waiting for the main army to advance, he quickly passed through the territory of the Phocians. Chapter 1140. When Iason arrived at the Leuctra highlands, the battle had ended 7 days ago. The messenger of the Sparta coalition army also arrived in Sparta. The news of the defeat shocked the Sparta people. For years, Sparta had been at war with other countries. The real Sparta warriors had dropped from more than 3,000 at their peak to less than 2,000. Most of them relied on the armies of Pariasi, Heliaoth, and their allies to fight. Now that 400 Sparta warriors had died in battle, including a Sparta king, it was undoubtedly a huge loss for Sparta. Not only were the people grieving, but according to tradition, a grand funeral had to be held for Cleombrotus. However, the situation was critical now. The Sparta coalition army, trapped in Piotia, was still in urgent need of rescue. The Council of Elders and Censors led by Agesilaus had to plead with the people to temporarily suppress the grief in their hearts. They urgently mobilized the young men in the country, including Pariasi and some Heliaoth, to form an army under the command of Agesilaus' son, Archdames, because Agesilaus was unwell and unable to lead the army. The neighboring allies had also provided support. Persia's messenger, Datis, who stayed in Sparta, was also shocked. He did not expect the Sparta army to suffer a defeat. This made him wonder if Persia's support for Sparta was a mistake. However, now that the Thebes had formed an alliance with Dionia, Persia could not change to another Greek city-state in a short period of time. Therefore, he rushed to the Council of Elders to question them. Many of the elders were angry, but Agesilaus swallowed his anger and promised him, "This is just an accidental defeat. The Sparta army is still strong. Soon, they will defeat the Thebes again and restore Greek hegemony." Datis did not comment on the answer, but proposed to them Not only is Persia willing to provide money and materials to support Sparta, but it is also willing to send troops to support. Agesilaus quickly expressed his gratitude, but tactfully rejected the request of Persia to send reinforcements. Sparta urgently needed money and materials because it could be used to hire mercenaries, expand the size of the army, and continue to fight against the Thebes. However, since the Greco-Persian War, no Persia army had set foot on the mainland of Greece for decades. If Sparta dared to invite Persia's army, it would undoubtedly cause the anger of the Greek city-states and become the target of public criticism. Even its former allies would betray it. Archidamus quickly led the army north, then boarded a ship through Corinth and landed in Port Clysis. However, the speed of Sparta's reinforcements was still a little slow. While they were still on the way north, all of Thessaly's reinforcements had already arrived in Leuctra. The strength of the Boeotia coalition army had greatly increased, and it had already surpassed the strength of the Sparta coalition army. Therefore, Epaminondas proposed, take this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the camp of the Sparta coalition army and completely destroy the Sparta coalition army in Boeotia. At this time, Iazon was not as excited as when he first heard the news of victory. This was because his most important minister, Acidamus, had also rushed to Leuctra. After analyzing the current situation in Greece with him in private, Iazon realized that the failure of the battle in Leuctra had caused a big enough blow to Sparta's prestige. It had indeed weakened Sparta's obstruction to Thessaly's domination of Greece, but at the same time, it also showed him the potential of the Thebes. At this time, if he went all out to help the Thebes completely destroy the Sparta army, the strength of Sparta would be severely weakened, and the real benefit would undoubtedly be the Thebes. They would quickly take over the inheritance of Sparta in central Greece, and their strength would be rapidly improved. Instead, they would become the biggest opponent of Thessaly's domination of Greece. After thinking about this, Iazon did not agree to Epaminondas' request. Instead, he advised, it was not easy for the Boeotia coalition army to win the battle. There is no need to take further risks. After all, attacking the camp is much more difficult than fighting in the wild. In a situation where the Sparta coalition army's reinforcements will arrive at any time, if they fail to attack for a long time, it will put the coalition army in a dangerous situation. It is better to take advantage of the current situation and force the Sparta coalition army to sign a truce agreement so that the armies of both sides can safely withdraw. It sounded like what Iazon said was reasonable, but deep down, Epaminondas and Pelopidas still hoped to pursue the victory, so the two sides continued to argue for a while. Seeing that Iazon's attitude remained firm and unwilling to fight, Epaminondas realized that without the help of Thessaly's reinforcements, the Boeotia coalition army would inevitably have to pay a huge price to conquer the Sparta camp. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to Iazon's suggestion. Therefore, Iazon acted as the mediator between the two sides and arranged a peace negotiation between the two sides. No one knew when the reinforcement from the rear would arrive, and after the Thebes coalition army received Thessaly's reinforcements, they were obviously strong. Therefore, the low morale of the Sparta coalition army quickly signed a truce agreement with the Boeotia coalition army. On the same night, the Sparta coalition army quietly retreated. Being able to successfully mediate the war between the former overlord of Greece, Sparta, and the rising power of central Greece, the Thebes coalition army, made Iazon famous. The power of the Thessaly coalition army also appeared on the political stage of the core area of Greece for the first time, attracting the attention of many Greek city-states. On the way back to Thessaly with his army, Iazon did something that shocked the southern Greeks. He led his army to attack Heraclea, not the city of Heraclea of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, which was not far from the west of Hot Spring Gate. The city had always been under the control of Sparta, and it was a strong guarantee for the defense of Hot Spring Gate. After all, the terrain of Hot Spring Gate was too narrow for too many soldiers to be stationed for a long time. Not only did Iazon easily take down the city, but he also completely destroyed it. In today's war-torn Greece, it was relatively common for a city-state to be captured or even destroyed. However, what Iazon did was not simple. In the eyes of the Greek people, this was a rude act of the northern barbarians who wanted to step into the core area of Greece. After hearing the news, the commander of the Thebes, Epaminondas, and Pelopidas, who had just returned to the city and were welcomed by the people on both sides of the street, frowned. Previously, when Iazon persuaded them to make a truce with the Sparta, they had felt uneasy. Now, they were even more certain of the ambition of Thessaly Tarchus. Sparta has not been completely defeated yet, but our former ally has become our new enemy. The people of Phocis were even more anxious than the Thebes, because the Thessaly had destroyed Heraclea and occupied Hot Spring Pass. If they led their armies south, the first place to be hit would be the Phocis region, followed by the Boeotia region. Therefore, the priests of Delphi were very anxious. Finally, they became proactive and prepared to invite the Greek city-states to hold a meeting of the Holy Alliance to discuss how to deal with the threat of the Thessaly in northern Greece. It would be best if the war between Sparta and the Thebes could be resolved, so that both sides could maintain a longer peace. The premonition of the Delphi priests was not wrong. Iazon had indeed formulated a plan to conquer the Phocis region in his mind. As the Pythian Games would be held in Delphi next year, he had already planned to show off his great power in front of the Greek citizens of the other city-states. Therefore, he decided to issue an order when he returned to Philai, asking the city-states of the Thessaly to prepare cattle and sheep for the upcoming Delphi festival. He also promised to award a golden crown to the strongest bull. At the same time, he also asked the city-states to mobilize their military forces and form a large army. He would lead the army to Delphi to host the celebration. Iazon had made up his mind to use force to strip the authority of the Holy Alliance's committee and force himself to become the chairman of the Pythian Games. In the history of his previous life, he had made preparations according to this plan without hiding anything. This caused the people of Delphi to panic. Even rumors about him planning to rob the sacred vault of the Delphi temple spread like wildfire. This caused the most devout believers of Apollo to be furious. Therefore, one day, a few months later, after Iazon had finished inspecting the army, he sat down to listen to the petition of his subjects. 7 young men, whose faces were flushed with anger from arguing, came forward and pretended to report the dispute to him for resolution. When they came close, they suddenly exploded and killed Iazon on his seat. This assassination had completely changed the course of history. Iazon had died before he could fulfill his ambitions. Thessaly, which had been forcefully unified by him, was quickly divided. In the end, it had benefited the Thebans, and later, it had also benefited the Macedonians. However, in this life, just as Iazon's plan started to be implemented, it had to be temporarily stopped. This was because a major event had happened in the south of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As the port of Clissus, which was originally controlled by the Thebes, had been occupied by the Sparta, the Thebes had no port in the Corinth Bay. Therefore, the messengers sent to Dionia had to rush to the bay north of the Boeotia region to take a ship. As a result, passenger ships had to take a big detour to reach Dionia, and they had to be careful to avoid the patrols of the Sparta fleet. Therefore, when the Thebes and Sparta armies reached a truce, the messengers still could not reach Thurii. However, Dionia had been paying close attention to this war for a long time. The intelligence department had sent spies to hide in the merchant ships that traded with the Greek city-states. Therefore, as soon as the Battle of Leuctra ended, the merchant ships of Dionia that were docked in the port of Corinth quickly left the port and sailed westward. The patrolling warships of Sparta did not dare to stop them. Therefore, when Iazon received the news of the battle, the report of the battle had already been sent to the palace of Thurii. Therefore, the Devers summoned the assistant ministers, the main ministers, and the important military generals to hold an important meeting in the palace. Chapter 1141. The Devers asked Henoborus to make copies of the battle report and distribute it to the ministers. He then said, "Everyone, as we expected, not long after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, the war between Sparta and the Thebes broke out again. However, this time, the Sparta army was defeated by the Thebes. As an ally of the Thebes, What measure should we take in the upcoming war? What do you think of this? While most of the people were still reading the battle report in detail and deep in thought, the commander of the Second Legion, Martones, was already praising loudly with admiration. Your Majesty, your previous judgment is very correct. The Thebes really defeated the Sparta, who had been running rampant in Greece for many years. After the war began, the Devers held a military conference to analyze the war. Almost all the senior generals were not optimistic about the Thebes, but the Devers predicted that the Thebes had a high chance of winning. Even though the generals respected the Devers, they were skeptical about this judgment. But they did not expect the final result to be as the king of the Devers had predicted. Your Majesty, Chief of Staff Printos immediately said, the Thebes commander Epaminondas, whom you have your eyes on, has indeed performed amazingly in this battle. His ingenious design against the traditional formation of the Sparta has played a huge role. As a result, the Sparta army, which was not weak and had more people, was defeated before they could display their full strength. It seems that the Thebes have been able to resist the attacks of the Sparta all these years, not only because of the bravery of their citizens, but also because of the outstanding commanding ability of their generals. The Thebes, who have been reborn in the disaster, are in line with Antipanos' view. Their higher-ups are relatively united, with the capable and courageous Pelopidas at the helm, and the army is under the cool-headed and talented commander Epaminondas. The two sides work closely together, and the citizens are full of vitality and are willing to contribute to the revitalization of the Thebes. I'm not surprised that they were able to defeat Sparta. I also believe that with the current momentum of the Thebes, they will have another shocking performance in the future. Am I right? Antipanos, your Majesty, although the successor of the foreign minister Antipanos had been confirmed, the decree had not been issued yet, so he still appeared at this important meeting. At this moment, he bowed slightly to the Devers and said with some emotion, "It is shameful to say that a few years ago, someone predicted that the Thebes would rise. At that time, I did not pay much attention, but I did not expect him to be right. It is really amazing." Oh, the Devers were surprised and asked curiously, "Who made such an accurate judgment?" "Your Majesty, it is your son, Apotheosis." Antipanos then repeated what Apotheosis said in the Dionia Academy and emphasized there were many students who attended this class at that time, and they can all prove that what I said is true. There were sounds of admiration in the meeting hall of the palace. Everyone praised Apox for his intelligence and wisdom. He was able to make such an amazing judgment at such a young age. No wonder he was His Majesty's son and was favored by Hades. The Devers had a smile on his face and looked very happy. He listened carefully to the praise of his ministers. After a while, he emphasized again, "Well, everyone, let's get back to the topic. What do you think will happen to the situation in Greece after this war? What measures should we take to deal with it? Everyone, please share your opinions." Your Majesty, the head of the ministers, Lucius, stood up shakily with the support of his crutch. The Devers hurriedly said, "Lord Lucius, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." Lucius did not force himself. He sat down again and said slowly, "Although we, Dionia, have formed an alliance with the Thebes, the situation in Greece has always been complicated. It is better for us not to get involved easily and be dragged down by it. Now, fortunately, the Thebes have defeated Sparta. We can take advantage of this great opportunity. With the good relationship between Dionia, the Thebes, and Sparta, we can act as the mediator of the war and urge the two sides to reach an armistice agreement. I think this will help our ally, the Thebes, and increase our influence in Greece. We will not be dragged into this war. This is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I think your Majesty should seriously consider it." At the beginning, Lucius did not agree with the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes. However, the Devers insisted and finally reached an alliance agreement. Now he advised again. As soon as his voice fell, another assistant minister, Antares, immediately retorted, "Lord Lucius, I don't agree with your suggestion. Why should we, Dionia, form an alliance with the Thebes? Not because we want to take revenge on Sparta for tearing up the peace agreement. but because of the need for the development of the kingdom. Today, the situation in Africana and Iberia is stable. Mountain Gaul has been conquered. Although the Ligurians occasionally riot, they are no longer a threat. In addition, the other forces in the Western Mediterranean have basically attached themselves to our country. After a few years of recuperation, the kingdom has not only walked out of the predicament after the war in the Western Mediterranean, agriculture, commerce, handicrafts, all aspects have made great progress. The people are rich and stable. They are all eager to advance eastward and set foot on the ancestral land to win more glory and wealth. War, war! Lucius slapped the back of the chair hard and said in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Constantly waging war is not very good for the kingdom. It will destroy the stability of the kingdom and make the people greedy and belligerent. This is not good for our governance. Although the previous wars have been won, you have seen the damage caused to the kingdom. This will take a long time to recover, and victory will not always belong to us. In case we encounter defeat in the future war, the consequences will be unimaginable, so we still have to be safe." When he finished this last sentence, he looked at the Devers. The Devers looked calm and did not respond. Another assistant minister, Cypros, said, "Lord Lucius, the alliance with the Thebes is not only a need for the development of the kingdom, but also an important decision made by His Majesty based on the security of the kingdom. We all know that Persia has shown hostility to Dionia. It fully supports the restoration of peace in Greece, and is trying to unify the forces of the whole of Greece through Sparta to fight against us. We are separated from the mainland of Greece by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once Persia's conspiracy is realized, the east coast of Greece will become very unsafe. So His Majesty took the initiative to attack and ally with the Thebes to destroy Persia's conspiracy. Now that Thebes has unexpectedly defeated the Spartan army, we should seize this opportunity and decisively send troops to Greece under the pretext of supporting our ally. We will completely defeat Sparta and shatter Persia's conspiracy. In turn, we will turn the Greek city-states into our allies and become the eastern barrier of our kingdom. We might even take a step further and use them as our forward base to threaten Persia." "Well said, Lord Cypros." Matones, Olivers, and the other commanders praised in unison. This made Lucius a little embarrassed, and even Antares felt a little uncomfortable. The Devers coughed twice, and the meeting hall immediately returned to silence. Soon, Hacker's distinctive sharp and slow voice sounded in the hall. "I agree that we should use this opportunity to ally with the Thebes to enter Greece and destroy Persia's conspiracy. However, I am worried that although the Thebes have won a battle, they are still at a disadvantage in the war. Is it possible that they will use this victory to reach a truce with the Sparta?" Hacker's words caused everyone to ponder. If the Thebes have really reached a truce with Sparta, it is not a good thing for us, because as an ally of the Thebes, we have no legitimate reason to send troops to Greece. Antares was the first to speak up. "We, the Dionia, have no influence in Greece, and even because we worship Hades, the Delphi temple views us as heretics. They have long slandered the reputation of the holy kingdom of Dionia in Greece, and the ordinary Greek people do not have a good impression of us. If we hastily send troops to Greece without a legitimate reason and without the support of an ally, I am afraid that it will cause strong resentment among the Greek people, and it will be extremely disadvantageous for us to control the situation there. What is there to worry about? As long as we are strong enough, we can completely conquer Sparta, and the other city-states will naturally show respect to Dionia." Matones said loudly, "In fact, other than the Thebes, we have another legitimate reason to send troops to Greece, and it will also gain the support of some of the Greek people. Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the Tyndaris after the war with Syracuse many years ago?" He bowed to Dives and said, "Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the people of Tyndaris many years ago?" The Devers suddenly understood. He recalled the scene at that time and said in a low voice, "If you did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I once promised them that one day in the future, they will be able to return to their homeland, rebuild their home, and worshipped their ancient hero again. Some of the ministers in the hall understood this, but some were confused. Hacker could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, where is the homeland of the Tindaris?" Most of the Tindaris came from Messenia and Peloponnesus. That land was forcibly occupied by Sparta 100 years ago, and the people who originally lived there were all turned into slaves by them. However, the Messenians were dissatisfied with the cruel rule of the Sparta, and a resistance against them never stopped. Through a great uprising, the ancestors of the Tindaris finally forced the Sparta to expel them from Peloponnesus. The Devers briefly described the history of the Tindaris. Chapter 1142. Sidorum continued. I heard that many Greek city-states sympathized with the fall of Messenia and took in many Messenians who escaped from Sparta. If our army can enter Peloponnesus under the banner of helping the Messenians regain their independence, I think the Greek people won't be so disgusted with us. Moreover, if we really rebuild Messenia and let the Heloths regain their freedom, not only will we severely weaken Sparta's power, but the rebuilt Messenia will also be on our side and become the most supportive force in Greece. Devers nodded slightly. Clearly, Sidorum's proposal was to his liking. He immediately turned to Alexis and asked, "What does the Ministry of Military Affairs think about this?" Alexis answered almost without hesitation, "Your Majesty, from a military point of view, attacking Messenia is a very good strategic choice. If our army goes through Corinth Bay and lands in central Greece or north of Peloponnesus, it'll be safer to fight with the Thebes. However, it also means that most of our gains will be taken by the Thebes. This will also raise the vigilance of the nearby neutral city-states, such as Athens and Corinth. However, if we were to open up a battlefield alone, the Peloponnesus Peninsula is mostly filled with mountains, making it difficult for an army to land and march. Messenia is undoubtedly the best target. Its southern coast is flat, making it suitable for an army to land. It is also very close to Sparta, but there are mountains in between. The reinforcements from Sparta will not be able to arrive quickly, giving the army enough time to completely occupy Messenia. Moreover, if we attack by land, we only need to pass through the Arcadians' territory to directly attack Sparta. If we attack by sea, it will be even closer. Sparta's southern coast is flat, making it suitable for landing. This way, we can avoid the possibility of direct conflict with the other powerful Greek states. Although Alexis was the chief military officer, he would seriously consider the political factors when making military plans. This was what Devers admired the most. Very good. The Ministry of Military Affairs will make a plan to attack Messenia as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Alexis immediately replied, Your Majesty. Printos raised the battle report in his hand and said, I noticed that there are many Thessaly cavalrymen in the Pyotia coalition army. According to the latest intelligence from Greece, the Thessaly region in the north of Greece has basically been unified by Iazon, the tyrant of Philai. If these cavalrymen were not hired by the Thebes, they could only be dispatched by Iazon. This means that Thessaly may have secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes. I'm afraid this will attract our attention. Thessaly. Devers rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. At this time, Martoni smiled and said, It's good that Thessaly has formed an alliance with the Thebes. This means that before we attack Greece, we don't have to worry too much about the Thebes because of Sparta's crazy revenge. We can also consider forming an alliance with the Thessaly when the time is right. Martoni showed that he liked the Thessaly people. This was not surprising. After working together for so many years, they all knew that Martoni's came from Thessaly, Oliver's came from Thessaly, and Helo's came from Thessaly. Now, in the Dionysian army, some of the former mercenary generals came from Thessaly. Even their king and Devers used to be from Thessaly. Therefore, they wisely did not refute Martoni's words. However, what they did not know was that Devers had no feelings for Thessaly at all. Instead, it was Printo's words that aroused his vigilance. Thessaly was located in northern Greece. In the eyes of Athens, Corinth, Sparta, and other traditional powerful states, it was a barbarian land. There had always been conflicts in the Thessaly region, and it had never affected the political situation in Greece. After 20 years of development, although the Dionia Intelligence Department's funds and manpower had been increasing, there were also more and more areas that needed to be investigated and monitored. Therefore, they did not put much effort into such a remote area. They only relied on Dionia's merchant ships that occasionally traded with Phalae to obtain some information. In the past few years, even though the tyrant of Phalae, Iazan, had conquered several neighboring city-states, it did not attract the attention of the intelligence department. After all, there were many tyrants in the Mediterranean city-states. It was not uncommon for some of them to have some achievements, but they were usually short-lived. It was not until the news that Phalae quickly united Thessaly and Iazan to become Tarkus spread to Turii that it attracted the attention of Aristyrus. Although in the following years, Iazan had stopped any wars and seemed to be satisfied with just becoming Thessaly's Tarkus, the Devers were even more vigilant. This caused the Devers to be even more vigilant. This was because Iazan had spent the past few years mainly integrating the city-states of Thessaly, promoting the trade within the region, stepping up the training of the public militia, and even building a navy. These actions of Iazan were somewhat similar to the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. Due to the geographical environment that Thessaly was located in, its infantry and cavalry were stronger. Could it be that the tyrant of Thessaly finally could not bear the loneliness and wanted to intervene in the affairs of southern Greece? The Devers were vigilant and immediately said, "The tyrant of Thessaly Phalae is very ambitious. This time, if he has really secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes, I'm afraid he wants to use this war to seize the hegemony of Greece. We can't just sit back and do nothing." Antipanos sent a messenger to ask the Thebes if they are also forming an alliance with Thessaly. It will be best to find out the true attitude of the Thebes towards Thessaly. This will determine the measures we have to take when there is a conflict with Thessaly in the future. "Yes, your majesty," Antipanos responded. How could this be?" Matones was stunned. Printos, who had a little understanding of the situation, came up to him and whispered to him. The Devers did not pay much attention to it and continued. "The Sparta army was defeated, and Persia will not let it go. Now that Thessaly may be involved, since we have decided to intervene in the affairs of Greece, we have to take advantage of the time when the Sparta army is defeated and the other forces have not yet fully involved, and implement our plan as soon as possible. Alexis, Printos, the two of you make a judgment now. How many soldiers do we need to take over Messenia and then attack Sparta?" Alexis and Printos looked at each other, then called the military training chief Hieronymus, the military supply chief Altens, the military chief Matones, Olivers, and other generals to form a circle in the corner of the hall. After a quiet discussion, Alexis walked up to the Devers and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, according to the current situation of Sparta and the geographical conditions of the Peloponnesus region, after our discussion, we think that we only need to send 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers to complete the expedition. If we send too many soldiers, it will be difficult to spread out on the mountainous Peloponnesus Peninsula. 20,000 to 30,000 people." The Devers turned around and asked, "How long can the existing food reserves in the country support them?" The Minister of Agriculture, Bucos, stretched out his hands and carefully calculated, then stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the country has been having a good harvest for the past few years. Although there have been some battles in the Iberian and Wave River plains, they are basically local battles, and the consumption of food is not much. According to this year's survey, the food reserves in the various regions are basically full and should be able to support an army of 30,000 soldiers to fight in Greece for more than a year." "More than a year? What about weapons and equipment?" The military supply chief, Altens, immediately stood up and answered, "Your Majesty, there are arrows, javelins, tents, blankets, carts, and other military supplies in the various military camps in the various regions. It is more than enough to supply 30,000 soldiers." After hearing this, the Devers revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. He thought for a moment, then glanced at the Minister of State Assistance, Hemont, and said, "Considering that this is the first time we, the Dionia, are sending troops to fight in Greece, In order to reduce the resentment of the citizens of the neutral city-states towards us, it is best to send as many soldiers with Greek blood as possible. The last time we went to Gaul, we sent the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 9th, 10th, and 11th legions, so this time, considering that we will be fighting with the people of Sparta, in order to be more secure, let's send the 1st, 4th, and 6th legions. Understood, Your Majesty. Alexis asked again, what about the cavalry? There is no need to consider whether the cavalry and auxiliary troops have Greek blood. Don't the armies of the Greek city-states often hire foreigners to fight, such as Thrace? So you could decide for yourselves. Yes. The Devers then looked at the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael, and asked, are the citizens of Dionia of Messenian descent still concentrated in Tyndaris? The city-state had already responded to the strong demands of the citizens and joined the Kingdom of Dionia a few years ago. Raphael, who had been quietly in charge of the kingdom's citizens' household registration for decades, had the distribution and migration of the kingdom's population firmly imprinted in his mind. He did not need to recall it all to immediately answer, Your Majesty, it is like this. Nearly half of the population is still in Tyndaris, and the other half has gone to Himera, after the Western Mediterranean War, in order to strengthen its rule over the north coast of Sicily. The kingdom of Auria rebuilt the city of Himera in the middle of the north coast. The terrain there is relatively flat, and there's a relatively large river flowing through it, suitable for grazing and farming. So it attracted many residents from other towns and cities on the north coast.